All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is 6:32. We're going to go ahead and get started for our city council meeting tonight. We have a full council, no absences. Next up is the invocation by Councilman Joel Hicks.
Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for bringing us all together to make decisions on your behalf and good and pleasing to you. Just watch over our first responders, watch over our military personnel as they continue to serve us far and away, and watch over their families. And these things we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next up is the citizens to be heard portion of the meeting. This is the only time during the city council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the city council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion JC 0169, limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or otherwise threatening to the member or any attendee. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or an agenda item and have this item read at this meeting, please email psimics@cibolotx.gov and vchapman@cibolotx.gov or call 210-566-6111 before 5 p.m., the date of the meeting. We have 4 people signed up to speak, and I believe there's some emails to be read too. 1 email? Okay. All right, we're going to start off with Dr. Sarah Harper. Dr. Sarah, please come on up to the microphone, please. Welcome.
All right, so I had a chance to speak last week, and I really appreciate the opportunity to learn more about what it is that CPD is doing, as well as the relationship between the district and the city. And I did a lot more research because we're in between semesters, and as a professor, I have some time. So I could go on with a bunch of research that I'm sure that y'all are aware of how to find, and I can provide that to the council if it's useful. But the thing with regard to school resource officers are clear. We have some goals. We want to increase actual and perceived safety and security, fundamentally different things, decrease delinquency, and foster better relationships between students and officers. These goals are not necessarily met by current and increased levels of school resource officers, and may even be counteracting these goals, especially in certain groups where we already fail to meet these goals. So we have to look at what's in the purview of the city to achieve. So one, not rubber stamping more officers that the district has requested when we don't have the number of officers necessary to conduct the remainder of our tasks in the city. So we need to understand the needs of students and young people and the effects of school resource officers here before we can do something like that. School resource officers in Texas have been associated with between a 2% and 4% decrease in graduation rates and enrollment in college. And the reason for this is exclusionary discipline practices that are greatly increased when you have law enforcement enforcing school policies. So the students are in school only 25% of their waking hours in a given year. So we need to give them something else to do and feel included in the community. So if they feel included, they are then more likely to have buy-in, more likely to participate in a meaningful way. So we respect them, they respect us. So we have clubs and electives at the school that are that they can access during their waking hours for the 25% of their year. But the problem is that sports aren't for everyone. These clubs aren't accessible for everyone. Not everyone is served. We would have to go to a different city in order to serve some of those needs. I have to drive to New Braunfels or Schertz to have my son participate in something. So officers can build rapport in these places too. They don't have to be in the schools. And it also makes them more available to address the other needs of other citizens that aren't just our teenagers and our students. So I would reiterate my call to action last week of conducting the research needed to understand the needs and perceptions of students here in Cibolo and identify these alternatives to simply placing an armed officer and hoping that they bond with a student or decrease offending. I know our officers have a great relationship with students in most circumstances, but school isn't the spot to build those. So research shows that there are numerous approaches to detect, prevent, and intervene to help reduce harm to students in school that aren't more armed officers in that building. The research is there, and the partnerships for funding are ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harper. We appreciate your input. Next up is Richard Shepard. Welcome, Richard.
Hello, my name's Richard Shepard. I am the owner and operator of a short-term rental in Old Town Cibolo. We've been doing it, my wife and myself, for about 3 years now. And we've had quite a few customers, over 200. And we really enjoy doing it. But I must say that we are going to be keeping an eye on what moves forward with the city council and the regulations and stuff about whether or not we're going to continue to keep doing that. I think it's real good. We have a basket by the front desk that has all the local restaurants and everything in there. We try and promote Cibolo a lot there. We have a lot of celebrations from Randolph to graduations, just high school, everything. It's just all over the place, and we really enjoy doing it. But like I say, we'll just have to continue to watch and see how it develops. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shepard. We appreciate you offering that service to Cibolo. And in fact, there's actually a company called Pacer AI, and we did some research into what they offer, and it looks like graduation time happens to be the #1 time that visitors come to Cibolo. And so that should be a pretty popular time for you. So thank you very much. Next up is Wesley Jeffords. Welcome, Wesley. How you doing, sir?
Good. Sorry, my writing is terrible. Part of my autism. So I'm here to discuss. I'm here to inform the City Council regarding the usage of our school resource officers. They often serve as a natural outgrowth of the innate parental desire to protect their child. This is a good desire. It's very natural. It's nothing wrong with it. However, the school resource officers not everyone has the same views on them, especially minority students and students with disabilities who are arrested 3 times as often as white neurotypical students. Now, when I did some research into whether or not SROs have any effect on school shootings, I found that they didn't. I could only find 2 cases where an SRO has stopped an active shooter. And oftentimes they can increase the likelihood of a school shooting because most school shooters are suicidal. And they don't really decrease them because if you're going to shoot up a school, you're going to shoot up your school. And you're suicidal anyway. So why would you, oh no, somebody has a gun, I'm not going to. Anyway, so I have some solutions for this. The easiest one is just to dissolve the SRO program, and you could shift them towards patrol in the geographic regions that the chief proposed. Another solution could be that they could be focused more on sexual assault and weapons arrests and let the school district deal with the nitty-gritty stuff. There's no need to arrest a kid for something like a fight. Now, another alternative could be, so I remember Miss Norma, last city council meeting you discussed a youth council. Now, I suggest that we could perhaps maybe, because I know the contract currently is like, there's some weird issues with it. Perhaps maybe the city council could, and the district could work something out to make it like legal and, update it. And then maybe once the youth council has been appointed, this issue could be given to them for further study as it affects them the most. Thank you for your time. I hope you take what I said into consideration.
Thanks, Wesley. All right, next up, we have an email to be read by Valerie.
Good evening, my name is Ashley. Drawn, I want to take a moment of your time to shed light on a vital aspect of our educational system that often goes unnoticed and why there should be an alternative way to save money without removing school resource officers from our school campuses. School resource officers play a pivotal role in cultivating positive relationships between law enforcement and the community. By engaging with the students on a personal level, they bridge the gap between promoting trust and mutual respect. This interaction goes beyond mere law enforcement. It empowers students to see law enforcement officers as allies and advocates for their well-being. A good example of that, just within the last week, there have been 3 incidents in our school district. Each of those incidents were resolved professionally and quietly without anyone knowing. This is due to, in part, of the strong rapport that students have built with their school resource officer. A school resource officer presence fosters a sense of security among students, teachers, and parents alike. They act as a deterrent to potential threats, providing a visible reminder that safety is a priority within our schools. A school is a reflection of its community. During school hours, each campus is a micro-community in itself. For instance, Steele High School, during the school day, is a city of its own. It has around 2,500 students within its walls. This does not include the staff. Whatever is happening in our community, it's in the schools. School resource officers also act as mentors, counselors, and protectors. They are instrumental in addressing issues such as bullying, substance abuse, and mental health concerns. A school resource officer has over 600 hours of training that includes de-escalation, crisis intervention, and active shooter training. It is also required by law that each of those certifications be completed every 4 years. To be a level 3 security guard, armed security, it only requires 45 hours of training, and they are only required to qualify with their weapon. Security officers are a great supplemental force, but they can't replace what a law enforcement school resource officer can do. In times of crisis, school resource officers serve as a first-line defense, ready to spring into action to protect lives. Their training equips them to handle emergencies ranging from medical incidents to active shooter situations, minimizing harm and restoring order amidst chaos. This isn't to say that they could prevent an active shooter situation, but there is a better sense of security among the faculty and students, knowing there is an actual presence of law enforcement on the campus. If or when a situation arises, school resource officers have the ability to connect with dispatch services, other officers, and other resources needed. When seconds matter and backup is needed, no delay should prevent protecting and saving lives. During the last few council meetings, it was brought up that the city has decided to remove our school resource officers from our school campuses, calling it negotiating the contracts, wanting to leave the school district to pay 100% for armed private security officers. Would you like me to continue?
It's quite a bit more.
Go ahead.
couple.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We don't have anyone else signed up, so just go ahead and finish it, Valerie.
In times of crisis, school resource officers serve as the first-line defense, ready to spring into action to protect lives. Their training equips them to handle emergencies ranging from medical incidents to active shooter situations, minimizing harm and restoring order amidst chaos. This isn't to say that they could prevent an active shooter situation, but there is a better sense of security among the faculty and students, knowing there is an actual presence of law enforcement on the campus. If or when a situation arises, school resource officers have the ability to connect with dispatch services, other officers, and other resources needed. Sorry, I repeated that paragraph, I apologize. During the last few council meetings, it was brought up that the city has decided to remove our school resource officers from our school campuses, calling it negotiating the contracts, wanting to leave the school district and pay 100% for armed private security officers. When I heard that, I was shocked that our city would even think that this is a good idea. What bothers me even more is that the city waited until parents were focused on end-of-school activities to bring this up. This is sneaky and a complete lack of consideration for parents. Something this vital should not rest on the decision of 7 council members. This decision should be brought up to the community and put up for a vote. In conclusion, I do not support removing our school resource officers from the schools. In an era where safety concerns loom large over our schools, these officers serve as the guardians of our children's well-being, both physically and mentally. The importance of school resource officers cannot be overstated. They are the unsung heroes who work tirelessly to ensure that our school remains safe havens for learning and growth. It would do an injustice to the community and to our children for the city to remove them from our schools.
That's it. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you to everybody who came and spoke today, and for Ashley for writing in. Next up is number 6 on the agenda, public hearing. A, conduct a public hearing regarding an ordinance of the City of Cibolo amending Chapter 38 of the City of Cibolo Code of Ordinances, limiting the replacement of manufactured homes to one time, except for fire or natural disaster. Kelsey Lee. Hello, Kelsey.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So this is the public hearing for an ordinance that you'll consider later on during tonight's meeting. So as you are aware, the City Council Ordinance Subcommittee, comprised of 3 of your own members, have met many times over the last year, looking at the city's codes, ordinances, and different regulations, making sure that they're still appropriate, seeing if there's anything that's missing, and then has made recommendations to bring it forward to the entire City Council for consideration. This is one of those items that came out of that ordinance subcommittee. Currently, right now, manufactured home residential is a use that's allowed by right within the MH1 and MH2 districts, and it's allowed by a conditional use permit within SF1 and agricultural zoned districts. Currently, manufactured homes within the city of Cibolo can be replaced multiple times. However, Texas Occupations Code does allow the city of Cibolo, should you choose to place a limit on the number of times that a manufactured home can be replaced, with the notable exception being in the event that it might be destroyed through fire or natural disaster. So what is before you tonight, or what will be before you later tonight, will be an ordinance that would limit any non-conforming manufactured homes to one single time replacement, except for a natural disaster or fire. And I'll go more into details during the ordinance portion tonight.
Thank you very much, Kelsey. All right, the time is now 6:50 p.m. If anybody in the audience wishes to speak on this item, please come on up to the microphone. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing at also 6:50 p.m. All right, moving on to item 7, a consent agenda. Consent items, all items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Item A, approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting held on the 14th of May, 2024. B, approval of a contract renewal by Citizen Solutions, Inc., DBA Public Input. And C, approval of the Police Department 2023 Racial Profiling Report. Do I have a motion for approval?
I make a motion to approve 7A, B, and C.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. It looks like our voting system is on the fritz, and so we're going to do this the old-fashioned way and do a voice call. So we'll start with Councilman Benson.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so ayes have it 6-1. And what was your question, Joel, about B? Did you want to ask it, or? Okay, all right. Next up is item number 8, discussion action. A is discussion action on the Cibolo Police Department School Resource Officers SRO Program, Patrol Division, and exploring options for using city resources. Chief Andrus. And George Hyde.
My name is Chief Dedrick Andrews, for the record, Chief in Cibolo Police Department. So tonight, We want to bring back before council the presentation that we had at the last council meeting. Tracy, can we bring up the slide? And while that slide is coming up, I know on April 9th, we met as with City Council regarding our SRO program. Some discussions was had about the 5 SROs that we have in our school, and some conversations of whether or not those SROs will be returned to patrol. During those conversations, obviously led to the last presentation that we had. Tonight, as we move forward, we will have City Attorney George Hyde complete his overview of Texas Education Code related to HB 3. And then we'll seek council's feedback and direction. On the slide here, Tracy, I think that's the other slide, Tracy, I believe. Nope, that's okay. Go back. Keep it there, Tracy. All right. The one thing that we have on this slide here is just we'll speak with council and ask for your feedback regarding does council want to continue to explore the SRO program that we currently have, or move those SROs to patrol. We'll also come back before you to discuss whether or not you have a clear picture regarding our SROs and the difference that they have, or the services they provide, different than the security personnel. We'll also discuss with council and come back to discuss our school SRO program, and would you prefer using the options that either we currently have or some of a variation of the options that were presented at our last council meeting. And then to provide, whether this decision will be made in close coordination with our city attorney, obviously, if we go forward with this. Lastly, final question would be, does council want our city manager to work with our city attorney to look at negotiating with the school district on a compliant ILA consistent with HB 3, including compensation? So from here, I'm going to turn the presentation back to our city attorney, George Hyde, to complete his presentation from the last meeting.
Thank you, Chief. Let's see if I can do this. This is gonna, I've got to get my PowerPoint up. Tracy, can you check and open the PowerPoint for the school resource officer review? Sure. Good minutes.
Here we go. It is right here.
Okay. Sorry. Yep. Thank you. What we had there is a short between the instrument and the operator. And so we got that short cleared up. So tonight, what I tried to do is take a lot larger set of materials and kind of condense them just to bring you the points that are necessary for you to move forward tonight. So in going through this, first of all, we're dealing with an interlocal cooperation contract, which are regulated by Chapter 791 of the Texas Government Code. What 791.011 sets out certain terms that have to be in an interlocal agreement. You have to perform governmental functions and services. So law enforcement is a governmental function, so that would be appropriate. It has to be authorized by the governing body of each party to the contract. And we're going to come back to that because that's a key issue in this contract, that the authorization has to be by the governing body. Then it must state the purpose, terms, rights, and duties of the contracting parties, and specify that each party paying for the performance of governmental functions or services must make those payments from current revenues available to the paying party. Finally, an interlocal agreement must be in an amount that fairly compensates the performing party for the services or functions performed under the contract. I indicated a question mark there because that's not a legal question, it's a factual question. Fairness is something that is in the eye of the beholder. And so when circumstances change, something in 2014 may have been fair in 2014, but in 2024, it may not be fair anymore. So that's going to be a question for the city council to decide. That's not part of the law. So in order to do some basic legal education, when we're dealing with contracts, the Texas common law or case law have some basic provisions. First of all, a contract that's made in violation of a statute is illegal. So if you don't comply with the rules of statutes, then that contract is illegal. A contract's illegality forecloses its enforcement. And so basically a contract that's illegal is no longer enforceable. It's not a valid contract. And I've provided the legal citations that support these positions. And I will note that the 2018 position is a 2018 case from the Texas Supreme Court. So that is, that is the law of the land. Now, the next principle I want to share with you is that a contract signed by a superintendent or city manager is not properly executed and thus unenforceable where the contract was not approved by the governing body or board. And this is the one that I brought up earlier with regards to one of the governmental code's requirements in an interlocal contract. In this case, there were a number of amendments to this contract that were extending the term of the contract and extending the consideration, both in the number of officers that the city was providing as well as the amount of money that the school district was paying for those officers. And those amendments did not consistently come to the city council for approval. And so under chapter 791, where it says the governing body must do this, that means that the city council has to approve it. And if the city council didn't approve it, then it's not a valid contract. And that's a 2020 Texas Supreme Court case that does that. Interestingly enough, the Education Initiative, Inc. was a charter school. And that charter school was found to be a governmental entity. And the superintendent of the charter school had gone out with Amex Properties and signed a $400,000 lease. And after 3 or 4 months, they were like, we got to get this done. So he finally brings it to the school board and says, here's this lease I signed 4 months ago. We need to go ahead and get this approved so we can move forward. And the board said, sorry, we don't want this contract. And so Amex sued, and El Paso Education Incentive won on the basis that a contract is not properly executed unless the board or the city council has approved it when it requires a governing body's approval. All Chapter 791 contracts require the governing body's approval. So 3.1 of the contract itself said the parties agree that the terms and provisions of this agreement shall commence at 8 a.m. on August 1st, 2014, and shall continue in full force and effect for a 3-year period ending on July 31st, 2017. So this 2014 agreement was approved by the city council. I've got the minutes from the city secretary's office today to guarantee that that's what happened. And then it says, and subject to agreement on the consideration by the parties. So the parties are the school district board action and this city council's board action, shall automatically annual renew for additional periods of 12 months, unless the parties hereto shall have previously exercised their right to cancel this agreement. Well, when it refers to parties, because 791 requires it to be the governing body that enters into the agreement, then it's the governing body's permission or choice in order to either extend the agreement or cancel it. And so it's our interpretation of this provision is that this provision ended on July 31st, 2017. And once it ended, there was no way to revive that contract without the city council taking action. So you know, a few more things. A municipality is not generally bound to a contract unless it has been entered into by the governing body. This is more case law. A party may not use the theory of apparent authority to bind municipalities. Only affirmative action on the part of the council as a board is essential, either to make an express contract or to delegate an officer to the authority to make it. So even if you were to approve the document and authorize the city manager to execute it, that's fine, you've delegated that rule. But you have to do one or the other. And in this case, there is no record of the minutes that you've done that. So
Mr. Hyde,
mere,
Mr. Hyde, real quick, is there any record that the school district did the same?
I've not been provided anything that showed that the school board has approved or did not approve. But it would require both individuals to have approved it for it to be valid. And then with regards to mere acquiescence, so just the fact that we went on through the contract doesn't make it a valid contract. When you're spending tax dollars, you have to have an affirmative act by the board to do that. Without that, we have taxation without representation, which we all know we fought over. So that's the basic fundamental issue with regard to the contract being terminated. And so since there was no council action to approve an extension or approve the subsequent amendments, then the 2017 was the end of the contract. So because the contract, what's called terminated in due course, and what that means is by its own terms. So once a contract had a period of term, and then once that term expires, then the contract is over. You don't have to cancel the contract or take any action because the contract itself had its termination provision, which was triggered by time. So understanding now that you're in a position that you are providing school resource officers right now without a contract, that contract, it's not illegal for a home rule city to provide that services without a contract, but without a contract, your allocated payment, any risks associated with the project are all up in the air. And so right now you're flying without a plane. And so we've got to get off that center point to move forward with the project. First of all, these are some situations where I want to talk a little bit about liability. And in 2021, the Oxford High School shooting, I don't know if you're familiar with that, it was in Michigan. Jennifer Crumbly was the mother of the 15-year-old boy that came in and shot 4 of his classmates. She was convicted under Michigan law for manslaughter. And it was the first conviction of its kind. And what the allegations were is that she was so reckless by providing access, unfettered access to guns to her son, and failed to act when the son had definite warning signs of which he was having difficulties, mental difficulties. The case got approved and the jury convicted her for manslaughter. And so here's an example of where there's criminal responsibility for somebody based on their reckless conduct or their alleged reckless conduct. Sutherland Springs, just down the road. They actually received a $260 million judgment against the United States Air Force for failure to report domestic violent conviction of the shooter. Because if the Air Force would have reported that, then the person would not have had the ability to buy a firearm. But because they failed to report it, when they got reviewed to purchase the weapon, they came up clean. And so that was a case that was tried here at the Western Division of Texas San Antonio case. $260 million. Uvalde shooting, currently there's a class action lawsuit seeking $26 billion, suing on the basis of due process. There was an obligation in order to provide the the law enforcement practice, and it's under a 14th Amendment procedural and substantive due process claim, that they were deprived of certain rights that the Constitution provides to the children and the parents. So this is a big deal. This is not a little risk. Now, will our officers still likely respond to a police or to a school shooting? Sure, but if you're not the principal one involved as the person in charge of the response, then your liability is going to be significantly lessened. So the issue here that I'm trying to bring to the city's attention is that if this goes wrong, it goes wrong in a very bad way. So with those things in mind, we look forward. And if we are going to be involved in the school district school resource officer program, here are the rules that we need to use to create that interlocal agreement. So the jurisdiction of the officer is created by the Board of Trustees. And so that jurisdiction may or may not include the city of Cibolo. It may only be the school district and the school district's properties in other areas of the state. So that would be a provision that the school resource officers could have by the Board of Trustees. And so that is also a legislative authority, just like yours, by the school board. And you can't contract away the ability to change that. You could have an agreement and say if they change this, then the contract's void or the contract's canceled. And so that would be something that would need to be addressed to ensure that we have the same jurisdiction that the city council wants those officers to have, and not necessarily just the school district. Then, as of January of 2025, the school board determines the law enforcement duties of the school resource officers. And so right now, while we have supervision and educational requirements and personnel issues, the duties that would be of the police officers would need to be set. So that would be another issue that you would want to include into a new ILA as to what are the duties of those officers. Now, the state law will require that the district improvement plan, security improvement plan, be provided. That, interestingly, the student code of conduct is part of their law enforcement duties, as well as any memorandum of understanding, which would be this agreement we would be working on, and any other campus or district document describing the role school resource officers have in the district. That's a really broad statute. So there may be vice principal or principal reports for certain schools that could be a district document or campus document that is used where the application of the law in one school may be different than the application of law in a different school, because they can adjust their duties. So school resource officers shall perform law enforcement duties for the school district that must include protecting the safety and welfare of any person in the jurisdiction of the resource officer. When you see these ellipses, what I did is I took up all the other people, a school district police officer and a peace officer. So just when we do an interlocal agreement, our officers are school resource officers and the property of the school district. A school district may not assign or require duties of a school resource officer to be routine student discipline. So I guess unroutine student discipline, the rare student discipline would be allowed, or school administrative tasks. And then contact with students unrelated to the law enforcement duties of the resource officer cannot be a duty that they have. So it doesn't mean that, and there's later some language in the statute that they can't have informal contact. They can, but they're not supposed to be assigned duties that they have to directly interact or supervise the children. So this is a interlocal contract that we are going to be required to have with the school district, that school district, police department, and law enforcement agencies with which it has overlapping jurisdiction shall enter into a memorandum of understanding that outlines reasonable communication and coordination efforts between the department and the agencies. And so this is one of those responses to the Uvalde shooting where we go in advance and try to coordinate the ability to communicate during a shooting event or another emergency at the school district. So the current 37081 says a memorandum of understanding for the provision of school resource officers must be in the form of an interlocal contract, use a proportionate cost allocation methodology to address any costs or fees incurred by the school district or the law enforcement agency, county, or municipality as applicable, and that the cost allocation methodology used under subsection A22 may allow a local law enforcement agency, county, municipality to recoup direct costs incurred as a result of the contract, but may not allow the agency, county, or municipality to quote unquote profit under the contract. It's interesting because municipalities are nonprofit organizations. They don't get profit, they only have revenue. So it's interesting that the legislature used that word. And so this would be something where you can allocate that methodology of allocation of services. Say, for instance, that if you looked at the 203 employees and that you had 23 employees in the police department, and finance handles payroll, and finance handles the uniforms and the cost of vehicles and the procurement and so forth, that may be 10% of finance's responsibility because there's 10% of the employees in the police department. If those 23 employees in the police department were under the contract and being paid as school resource officers. So that may be a methodology that I've seen used in the past for purposes of those costs. So you're not getting anything extra, but you're getting back everything reasonably paid in support of the organization. And then also the legislature in the course of House Bill 3 allocated $1.6 billion in grants for this purpose and for the improvement of school districts all over the state. And so if you are in that district, you and the school district both would have the ability to seek funding from those grants and any other federal or private sources to help pay the costs. So there's been some foundations and other things set up with regards to school shootings that may be available for grants. So that's the legal compliance review for this evening, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
I just have one quick one. The proportionate cost allocation method that you brought up, and then you said below that it says can recoup all costs incurred. Can you explain those two things?
Well, the direct costs that have to do with what it costs the organization to provide those services. And so, for instance, not being able to profit, but getting all direct costs associated with it equates to we should, or would indicate that the costs are available to you so that you don't have to work at a deficit. Now, does it prohibit a deficit? It does not. But it does indicate that the legislature was looking at a deficit-free methodology associated with the payment. Thank you.
So with the direct cost, is that not the direct versus indirect or admin cost? Like direct programmatic?
Well, if the direct cost is the direct cost that's used to support those officers as well. All of the other work that's directly for them. In a city of which I was formerly the city attorney of, we had a police department of over 300, and 91 of those people were school resource officers taking care of the school district. And the agreement with the school district there was that the city operated another school police department. And so a lieutenant from the the police department was assigned as the chief, and then they had their own rank system within that police department. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement allows what's called dual commissions, which means that you can be commissioned as a police officer in this jurisdiction and a second jurisdiction. And so they were dual commissioned. And then while they operated as a school district police department, they were under the school district rules. And when they did not operate under the school district provision, they operated under the city's rules. If you look at that type of issue, there's some conflicts under House Bill 3. For instance, the new law starting January 25 says that the school district board of trustees controls the activities of the school resource officers, both on and off duty. And so if you had officers that were designated to the school police department, and the policy of the police department was that no extra jobs were allowed to be worked, then you would have officers that are employed here but would be prevented from having extra jobs, where other officers who are employed here would be able to provide extra jobs.
So then in that case, if they were prohibited from working with city things, then the cost allocation for that would be 100% with the district, because they are only allowed to do program-related activities as related to the district.
Well, the issue of extra jobs or coordinated off-duty work is one that is discretionary. And so I would not see the loss of that direct, because that's paid individually to the police officer. So
Right.
It would be outside the scope of the.
I apologize, I thought you said they would not be able to do city-related work.
No, they wouldn't be able to accept a off-duty job.
Got it.
Through the off-duty coordinator at the police department.
Okay. I had more, but it's
Okay, no, go ahead, Katie.
okay. So at the last meeting, I brought up doing a subcommittee, and the reason that I did that, and I know there was a lot of accusations made, a lot of things insinuated. This is an issue that is much bigger than just this, and I appreciate the law and the deep dive into the contract. It did help clarify a lot of things. There's two main issues that I see. We have communication with the district, and we have communication on the city side. Two major issues. We have a contract that should have an ILA should be discussed annually. That's best practice. You discuss it annually, especially something this big between two large entities. Should be discussed annually. The fact that it hasn't been discussed since probably 2017, based on what you're seeing, that is a massive, massive red flag on both. So it's a communication issue on both sides. As the city, we just had a budget workshop. We're tasked with coming up with our budget. We're brought information at the beginning of the budget season to discuss SROs, to discuss how our police budget's gonna be, and our animal services and all these other budgets are gonna fit together. If we're being given information that is incorrect, that's a huge problem, because now we've put stuff in the budget that has no anchor to reality. There's no contract with that budget in it. There's no cost allocation plan. There's nothing that links this to it. So we have two separate issues that we need to work with. We need to fix our communication with the district. That's why I recommended a subcommittee, because a subcommittee works a little bit faster than trying to wrangle everyone and get a meeting together. That subcommittee, the intention of that was to open the door, come to the table, whatever metaphor you want to use, and start that discussion with the district and say, okay, what do you think is going on? Here's what we think. What do you think? What are your needs? Here's our needs. If their budget is $500 and we need $5 million for this to work, there's no point in moving forward. There's no point in wasting time. We will never be able to close that gap. We just won't. If it's much closer, or if it's something that they're like, well, here's our plan, here's what we'd like to see if the city can do, then maybe we move into negotiations. That was the purpose of this subcommittee. The staff communication issue and getting to the root of this, as I'm glad that you did in this presentation with the pieces of the contract that need to be done, that needs to be dealt with at a city level. We need to have a workshop, we need to talk about that, but those two things can occur simultaneously, the district communication and communication internally. We have to fix this. This is not, there's a lot of feelings about this. I have kids in school too, believe me, I get it. We have to look at the budget, and it's unfortunate that a lot of what we do has to be driven by money. It is what it is. We have to look at it from a budgetary side, but we also need to look at it as these are our residents. One of the students at the last council meeting, in her letter, she wrote that during the hours of 7 to 5, the schools have the highest density population of Cibolo residents than anywhere else in the city. So it makes sense that we would try to kind of target that area with our officers if we can. Now, if we only have 4 officers and we have 10 schools, that's not gonna work. So it's not a black and white situation, but these are conversations that we have to be having. And I know that the presentation is asking for direction. I don't know that we're gonna have it for you. I'm not. And I can't speak for everyone else, but there's not enough information. Even with the little pieces that we're getting here and there, there's not enough. We don't know where the school district's at. I've talked to a couple of school board members, and they have said, well, we've tried to contact the city. We've done this, this, and this. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We cannot make good decisions if we don't have good information, if we don't know the whole story, and we want to make sound decisions for the city because this is a big impact. It's taking officers that have been trained as SROs, that are in the schools, that are performing a service, and it's putting them elsewhere for another needed service. But it's a lot of money. So I also, the MOU, that has to be done by 2025 anyway. That's something we're gonna have to talk with the district about because that's a requirement whether we do a contract or not. If we have overlapping jurisdictions, we have to have that MOU with the communication, which is great. That's something I was very concerned about personally. But we have to work on that communication with the district. So I would love to have a workshop with us where we can discuss and figure out the timeline, figure out what our needs are, what our budget is, and if it's even feasible. But I also want to bring in the district at some point, at some level, to figure out, are we even close? If we're not even close, then we're wasting all of our time and energy on this for what? There's no point. We could talk about this for the next 5 years and fight about it and do whatever, make signs. There's lots of things we could do, and I just don't know that it's an efficient use of our resources. I don't know how long your PowerPoint took you. I don't know how long reviewing that contract took you, but if we're talking about negotiating another contract, if we don't have to do that, that saves us several hours of work, not just for us, but for our staff and for the district as well. So I think we need to be efficient with the way that we utilize our time and our resources, not just with the SROs, but how we are approaching the situation. We need to be more strategic about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cunningham. Councilman Mahoney?
Yes, Mr. Hyde, I was going to ask you to just take a second to make a distinction or help clear up my confusion, or maybe I'm the only one, but we sometimes interchangeably use ILA, MOU, contract. In your slides, there was one of the slides had two of those on the same one. And could you just make a distinction? What's the difference in that interlocal agreement and a memorandum of understanding and a contract?
I thank you. This is one of those things about MOUs and contracts and people saying what they say about them. So first of all, a contract is merely an offer, acceptance, and consideration between two parties to enter into that agreement. But the contract can take different forms. And so as with a contract between two governments, Chapter 791 of the Texas Government Code provides an interlocal agreement, which is a defined type of contract. Okay? So, we also, for instance, we have development agreements. God, I did that twice, I'm sorry. But we have development agreements under Chapter 272 of the Local Government Code. That's another kind of contract, right? So this is just an interlocal contract that is used for certain circumstances where two local governmental entities that perform governmental functions can engage, and it has to meet the requirements of the interlocal contract law, Chapter 791 of the Government Code. Now, an MOU in its origin was something that was used to document an interpretation of a contract. And so it was a contract, but it was a contract agreeing to what was meant in another contract. So if we were wondering what exactly did that mean, and we wanted to work it out, the way you would document that without having to amend the contract is just to prepare an MOU. It's a memorandum of understanding. We both have come to the same understanding as to what these words mean. And so typically a memorandum of understanding, people say, well, it's not binding. Well, it would be binding if that was a subsequent agreement with regards to the interpretation of that contract. But they typically only have the mutual assurances that the contract will be interpreted that way as consideration. So MOU and ILA, and even in the statute, Councilmember Mahoney, they first say you have to have an MOU, and then it says in the form of an interlocal contract, interlocal agreement. And because that's a statutorily defined term, that MOU becomes a Chapter 791 contract. And so the third one, MOU, 791 contract, what was the third one that you wanted? I'm sorry? Well, the interlocal was the other one. I thought there was a third. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, the contract, and then the MOU is used as a memorandum of understanding, but it's been used a lot broader than just the interpretation of another contract. But any agreement that has an offer and an acceptance and consideration is a contract.
Good. Robert? No other questions? Okay. Councilman Hicks.
Yeah, I just want to start off. I'm not against having security or security officers on school campuses. First and foremost, it is an unfunded mandate by law the state had passed that all schools must have an armed security guard on their campus. And I'm not here to tell the school board on how to run their district. They have options. The city does not. I want to thank Katie for her comments earlier. Thank you for those comments. Appreciate it. I want to start off, they could start their own police department. These are the options they have. They abolished their police department. That's how we got into this ILA. They can arm their teachers and administrators. Believe me, I know that they have plenty of prior military that are teachers, coaches. I have multiple friends that, even my brother, that are teachers and coaches at schools, and they all served. They're my brothers in arms and sisters in arms. They can hire off-duty police officers. They can hire the armed security guards. The city has had an uptick in crime at all hours of the day. My parents moved from Converse about '86 because we saw the amount of crime that was coming to Converse. And here it is, I'm watching it all over again. I've made comments last couple of years that we're starting to grow just like Converse was. Heard many discuss, you know, the people get up and stand, they talk about the drugs, they talk about the fighting. When the school dictates as to when and how long we can bring drug dogs on the campus, that's what they do. They tell us, okay, you've got this period, we'll hold the kids. You know, they dictate to the police how long we can have drug dogs on there. You know, you just had a teacher, a principal, a vice principal get popped for having drugs. And I asked right after that happened, let's get some drug dogs in there. It took an act of Congress for us to get a drug dog to walk through there 2-3 weeks later. You know, it's hard whenever you listen and the kids are bringing drugs and fighting and other activities, and we have the police right there on campus, and it's still happening. It tells me that police on campus is not deterring, or is not a deterrent for those activities. Let the police be police. Let the teachers and the counselors do what they do. I have a police chief that's asking for more officers, and we need more officers. It's not so much about the cost. Everybody keeps saying, oh, the cost. It's not so much about the cost. I need police officers patrolling. We've got to have police officers patrolling. I've been bringing this up for years that, you know, whenever our police officers have to come and do a report, I wish they could do their reports right there in the HEB parking lot, in the parking lot at Steel, in the parking lot at Walmart. It's where people still see the police officers out there. We've got to have our police officers on the streets. And like I said, the school has options, the city doesn't. The law makes it where January, you brought it up at the very last time. I'm glad you did. I'd had it written down here. January 2025, those officers are to report to the school board. And that doesn't work for me. I want to be able to run the drug dogs. You know, people talk about the drugs. We've got drugs. We've got a drug problem here. Absolutely. It takes us and the school board to work together to get that. You know, somehow they're there. We know that they're there. I saw it happen in Converse, and it grew and it imploded. Now it's happening here. We've got to fix it. We brought forth this early, and a lot of people are saying, oh, I heard in the email tonight that we tried to sneak this under the radar. No, we brought this forth early. Me and Councilman Benson talked about it. Let's bring it forth early so where we can get the budget talks, to where we can budget our budget, and the school board can budget their budget in the upcoming. That's why we brought it forth this early. It's where we knew, and like I said, thank you, Katie, for your comments. We've got to sit down, we got to communicate. But that's why it was brought forth so early. It wasn't trying to sneak one under the noses. This is about as transparent of a council as I can recall is this council here. We want transparency. We want the people to know. We're there. We understand your kids. I had my kids went through there. And all of my kids told me there's drugs there. And I'd report that. It just, nobody seems to want to enforce it. But we've got to do something. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Norma. I think yeah, and then you can go after Norma. Did you want to say anything? Okay. So yeah, go Norma, and Benson. I'll go last, but yeah.
First of all, I am not against a subcommittee. I think a subcommittee is a great option. In the way that a subcommittee was being formed, I felt that no one was given an opportunity to have a contribution to that subcommittee. I sat here and it was already called out who was going to be on the subcommittee. In times past, when a subcommittee was formed, the question was asked, who would like to be on the subcommittee? There was an option. So for the first time to hear names being spat out without anyone being nominated or even being considered, that is what I had an issue with. That wasn't entirely a democratic process way of doing that. I felt like I should have gone up for a vote. Someone should have been able to nominate themselves. Others should have nominated someone else. This is such an important topic that there would have been others who would have loved to have been considered. And I have no issues with subcommittees. So the fact that it's being said that I'm against subcommittees, I thought I made it clear also last council meeting. It was just in the manner that it was being formed. Again, so having said all that, first of all, I think a lot of this has gone way, completely out of the way that it wasn't intended to go, right, initially. So first of all, I just want to say, I would like to acknowledge with appreciation the presence of our law enforcement in their roles as SROs in our schools. Discussion over our law enforcement officers as SROs was never intended to minimize their roles and the impact they have made. And I am more than certain that our discussion was had about SROs, and I'm sure more than certain that our discussions also about SROs within other professions as security guard wasn't intended to be belittled or demeaned in a manner that is unworthy. So when it comes to security guards, we need to be aware that their professions are worthy. So I am grateful to anyone who chooses any form of security as their profession. We must remember that security guards come from different backgrounds as well. That would include former law enforcement and military service. Moving on to affirm that having safety in our schools is of high importance, and I also appreciate that we now have a law that has mandated the importance for our schools. The new law isn't perfect, and it does pose challenges that we need to take to our state representatives with it being an unfunded mandate, but it did create options that would accommodate the various budgets of each school district, charter and private schools. Disregarding the use of additional options would severely impact police departments across the state detrimentally. Realizing the national security that we have, an increase in law enforcement is very important for all municipalities. And this is what led to discussion, I feel. The new law created a sense of urgency to fill our schools with experienced law enforcement that would come from our patrol. When we already have a lean patrol force that is in high need in our city. Our residents are requesting more patrolling to deter crime, as we have had daytime crime, problem with speeding and running of stop signs, and more seriously, shootings in our city. Shootings in our city. And I took the liberty over the last 6 months to go ahead and print out some shootings in our city. We remember, in the subdivision, we had a shooting. We remember in Pickman Pack, we had a shooting. We remember in front of HEB, we had someone pull out a gun right out of road rage. So we have had shootings. So these are things not easily dismissed. So our residents are requesting for this. Our patrol is so lean that there are times that we don't even have available law enforcement because of their handling of multiple calls. And we can only hope that Schertz PD or our constables are not tied up in other areas as well. Let's think for a second, the stretch of Schertz, how large that is. And they also are in need of more law enforcement. We have grown exponentially in our county over the last 3.5 years, in our city in the last 3.5 years. More people are working from home. More families are homeschooling. We have senior citizens in homes or also apartment homes in our city. We have more future residents coming into our area with the opening of apartments and a new large multifamily development coming up right here next to Evo. And we're also talking about adding a hotel on FM 78. Those are talks, possibly. We're doing a market study. These are things that our patrol officers hear and are thinking these are services we're going to need to be available for. We should consider absolutely having talks with the school district. Also, for them to acknowledge that the needs of our city have changed since the original inception of this agreement. When we had a much smaller population and we were adequately staffed as a patrol force, we were able to do it, hands down, no question. Currently, our police shifts run at most 4 per shift, where other cities are close to 7. It would be neglectful to overlook the strenuous demands of our current patrol and the negative impacts of their mental health and their overall well-being to perform their jobs well. But there certainly needs to be an understanding that when school districts and cities need the same limited resources, there needs to be thorough discussion. Absolutely. So again, both city and school district, we need safety and security. We need to look at the big picture and how we need to arrive there. I realize that some of our options dictated that a 7228 per HB3. However, we now hear from our attorney that it could be covered at cost. Why isn't there an option to cover all cost? That way we can bring those resources, that deficit that we have been experiencing, to add more patrol officers onto our city. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about the needs, but we also have to recognize that as taxpayers, we're paying twice for the same limited resources. And we have to understand that recruitment is low. So when I'm speaking about limited resources, we have to allocate these well. And that's what I just have to say.
There was another shooting, just Brad Barrow said that there was a drive-by on Cibolo Talia this weekend, so Okay, there's another shooting.
Councilman Roberts?
It's, it's a tough decision, for sure. The one thing that stands out to me, as you said, George, and I'm glad you brought it up, and Councilman Hicks, is the police officers can no longer be a police officer after January 1, 25, the way I read this. Now, maybe I'm being short-sighted in this, but if they tell you to go outside, you're gonna go outside because you're actually working for them. And that's where it becomes a problem. If we retain that control, then this might be a whole different conversation, but that's not the way the state law is written. And I think that puts everything into perspective.
So really quick, I just have a couple of questions. Most everybody's covered the things that I would like to talk about, but Chief, January you came to us, you wanted four patrol and a traffic officer, right, for this fiscal year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how's recruiting going for that?
Well, currently we will have 10 people that's applied for the Cibolo Police Department that are in the process. We have one applicant that's in the academy at ACOG that we're bringing on, and we've hired one officer, Amber Hackney. So when you look at our current, as of today, vacancies in the police department, we have 3 vacancies outside of the 5 officers that are proposed in with the school board, right? So that's where we're at on vacancies. Look, I want to be clear with council when it comes to recruiting. I have no doubt we can hire officers. We are hiring officers, right? I think we need to talk about the process of hiring an officer. We're no different than any police department. I've been doing this 33 years. It is not an easily process to make it through. Many of the applicants that we hire, they're either ineligible because there could be something in their criminal history. Some of them don't finish the rigorous process of a background investigation. Many of them don't finish the rigorous process of a police academy or a field training process. But I want to be clear. I can get officers to this police department. I want to be clear that absolutely we have to look at our market studies. We have to look at what our comparison municipalities. But the Cibolo Police Department is a department where officers want to be.
So I think more to my, I appreciate that. I don't think that they don't want to be here. I think the issue that I have is that this started out as a request from you to beef up patrol in the city of Cibolo, which I think, I think Ms. Sanchez-Stevens said pretty well that, we are lean and we have growing problems that need to be addressed via patrol. So basically this year, the ask was basically 10 people this year, right? It was going to be 5 new SROs and 4 patrol and a trafficker. Okay, so seems pretty aggressive recruitment year. And so we have to look at those resources. We're not going to get 10 this year, even if we wanted, right? I mean, they're not even, you don't have that many in pipeline, and fiscal year 25 starts in a couple of months, right? So we're probably not going to get there. What I did want to point out is that it is your responsibility, it is our responsibility, the 6.6, I think that's what Wiki says, 6.6 square miles of the city of Cibolo, including the schools and everything else that are in it. And I think that we make a mistake when we think that the major focus for security has to be in a building that has locks, that can be locked, right? Versus, I don't know, I was sitting at my house working from home one day not too long ago when apparently all manner of chaos was going outside my house from 3 perpetrators who fled from Selma and were being chased down by 3 different departments, and I had no idea they were in my backyard. Interestingly, it took 3 cities to run this guy down, or these 3 guys down. I don't know, is that because everybody's lean on patrol? I don't know. This is 11 o'clock in the morning, right? I think we need to have a serious discussion about what your and our role is with police officers, and it's policing this entire city. And so I'm a little bit hesitant to couch this whole discussion has been couched now about school resource officers. It really isn't. It's about, we have some assets that we could use to patrol the city, and are we using them in the correct way? And that was the conversation of a backdrop of adding 5 more of these people while we're trying to hire another 5. So I just want to be clear on another thing. I stood several inches away from the superintendent of public schools here in Cibolo, and I told her that I was going to bring this to council. Looked her right in the eye and told her I was going to do this. So all the people out there that think this is some sort of backhanded deal, I told her this. I was at a luncheon, some school, I don't even know what it was. Yeah, and I told her. And after I got done telling her, I talked to a member of the Board of Trustees, and I told this individual that I was going to do the same thing. Because I wanted them to be aware that if this got traction on council, didn't know if it would or not. I looked at it for 3 years. I've been asking the same question for 3 years. Is this the right thing? And if it got traction, I didn't want them to be standing there holding the phone, right? So the idea that I'm not up for safety and security, the idea that this is about, sandbagging other elected officials is wrong. I looked these people in the eye and I told them face to face what I planned to do and why. And I think the why has been very well discussed here today by the rest of everybody. I wanted to go last because I didn't want to repeat all this stuff. But I really want people to understand I'm not interested in having unsafe schools or an unsafe city. I think there's maybe a way to do both. I don't know. But we have to have the discussion. And then we find out over the course of this process, we don't have contracts that are even in place. We are short a lot of information. I've received a ton of emails, 658 emails in the last couple of weeks, read through them all. Been missing a lot of information for a lot of years. So to Ms. Cunningham's point, and I appreciate you saying that, we have got to do better. When council people are asking questions at the dais about whether a program should exist, you should probably go back and look at that program and think, what is he asking? And if you don't know, maybe you should come back and ask. Because it's been very difficult to read some of these emails going back. I only asked from 2018 forward. It's been very, very difficult to see where person after person after person could have stepped up, stepped in the breach, and made a better decision, and instead just punted the ball down the road, signed another ILA, and just kept walking like this was the norm and the way it was always supposed to be done. I'm frankly disgusted by that, but hopefully we can come to some sort of actual solution to a problem rather than just wasting a bunch of time and money, and more importantly, valuable assets. I spent 4.5 hours at Steele High School with an SRO. I know it's not all day and it's not a career and I'm not an expert, but I did go put in the time. And I put in the time for one reason, because I want to see what this day looks like. I got lots to tell you. I could spend an hour and a half at it. I appreciate Sergeant Shower, good guy, right? Can we do better? Yeah, probably. I think we've gotten very complacent, not in the police department, but in how we use these guys. So a lot of the conversation, if this does go forward, is what is their role? I appreciate, Mr. Hyde, you pointing out what their role is in the school. I sat in a meeting with a vice principal where they were getting called, SRO, come to the blah, blah, blah. And when we finally got down there 30 minutes later, the sergeant and he was not derelict in his duties, but there were people responding. It was not a law enforcement issue. And I think we've lost sight of what their real role in the school is. So I think we need to have this conversation. I think it had to happen at a budget time, otherwise nobody would take it very seriously. And now maybe we can have a very serious conversation about what the role is and how we go forward. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, could I just add to Mr. Benson's comment?
Please.
Sir, to all your comments, we're over 20 square miles. So Wikipedia right now is just out of date. So it only furthers your comment, sir, and I just wanted to correct the record.
It seemed small, but I was in a hurry. It was on my phone. I might have missed it.
Okay. And so I'm going to have some commentary here about this. And so just for the citizens that are here tonight that joined us in person and those who might be watching on YouTube, I'm the mayor. I don't get a vote on this particular issue, but I do have some thoughts on SROs. And I've been hearing a lot of talk and reading emails from concerned parents and citizens in Cibolo, and the general consensus from what I've gathered from what's being said to me by the citizens in Cibolo, the majority opinion is that parents want their kids protected by Cibolo Police Department, by your officers, but not security officers. I don't think that the parents of Cibolo kids are super confident in a security officer with whatever amount of training, whether it's 14 hours, or whatever the statistic was mentioned earlier by you, George. And I also heard earlier a comment, I believe by Katie, that Steele High School is the #1 location in the city of Cibolo where the most citizens are gathered at any given time. So it makes sense for Cibolo's finest to be in that location, keeping the citizens of Cibolo safe. Cibolo consistently ranks in the top 50 safest cities year after year. From what I've gathered, the most prevalent crime in Cibolo is vehicle break-ins. What is more important, CPD protecting our kids or our cars? I don't think we're in a position right now to pull CPD out of Cibolo schools. If SCUC ISD had their own police force and was asking to be released from the contract, then that would be another story. But this is the opposite of that situation. I think we're asking to be released from a contract, and that would leave them in a precarious situation, especially with the way the state of Texas is pulling money out of public schools and using it for these private school vouchers. It doesn't seem, they couldn't even agree on a contract with that $6 billion, I believe, that the state of Texas had set aside, and they couldn't even figure out how to give their teachers a $4,000 pay raise. How does our school district think that they're going to be able to afford their own police force of licensed peace officers when the state of Texas has $6 billion sitting on the sidelines that they want to use for private school vouchers instead of our children in our public schools? And so, as your presentation, George, had in TEC 37081, it looks like the Board of Trustees determines the law enforcement officer duties of the SROs, which makes sense. And so what you've illustrated is that our current contract is out of date with both case law and with the new state laws, even the ones that are going to go into effect in January of 25. And so, as Katie and Norma said earlier, I do think we do need to assign a subcommittee of city council members to meet with a subcommittee of SCUC ISD board members to negotiate a new contract that will begin either in August of this year, right before the new school year starts, or on 1/1/25. The new contract will be legal and include all the requirements set out in both case law and the new state laws. Personally, I have good relationships with many of the SCUC ISD board members, and I want to be on the subcommittee along with 3 council members. But if that's not what council desires, if they want to appoint other people, that's fine with me. But I also like the ability that we can apply for state or federal funding to recoup the cost of these SROs. And so I think that the end goal of this agreement would be for the subcommittees to get together and agree upon a new contract. And so that may be to keep it at the current rate where it's 72 or whatever plus percent that the school district pays for these SRO salaries, and then with Cibolo picking up the rest, or that could be something different. I don't know. I guess it's just going to, see how the negotiation goes, and it's going to end up what it ends at. If it ends up being where the school district is able to pay 100% of these salaries, well, fantastic. Then we can use that money we were paying for these officers to hire new officers and get more people out in the streets. I think that what we ought to do is come up with a subcommittee and get together with the school district and then go from there and have a goal to get something done by the end of July. Here we are, June starts very soon. So if we can get these meetings held within the next 2 months and have some form of a contract ready, that's what I would propose.
I'll make a motion that...
Hold on, Katie has a question.
I just wanted to clarify, so we cannot direct the district to make a subcommittee.
No.
So if we're trying to, to form a subcommittee, whatever, but we cannot say to meet with a subcommittee of the school district. We can't do that. Second of all, the way that the districts work is their board does not negotiate the contracts. It would be with their staff. The reason that at the last meeting I nominated, the 3 people I nominated were, I have a background in ILAs and contracts specifically. Mr. Mahoney is a former police officer, and TG is the one who brought this up as an agenda item to begin with several months ago. That's why those 3 people were selected. If other people are interested in these discussions, maybe it's probably better to try to get a workshop together and see if we can get some of the district staff to come and meet with us at some point. I know that's kind of a big undertaking, which is why I proposed the subcommittee to begin with, to try to make it a little bit quicker, to try to alleviate the chaos and the everything that's going around this discussion and really get to the root, go out to the district, meet with them, and get something figured out that we could bring back to council for the budget workshops. I would lean more towards that, getting a work group together with the district and seeing if even just 1 or 2 of their staff members that have anything to do with the contract could come out and kind of work with us so we could see if we're even remotely close to being on the same page. There's no point in wasting time on this if we are wildly different.
Well, Ms. Cunningham, that's what I was going to make a motion, is you'd mentioned a workshop between this council first. That way we could figure out who we would like to be in negotiations with. I would suggest, I was going to make a motion to, in fact, I'll make it, make a motion to make a workshop with us. We can decide who we will put on that subcommittee at that workshop.
Okay.
And from there, we form a subcommittee to meet with the SCUCISD.
Mayor and council, Mr. Hicks, can I clarify, are you asking me to request from the superintendent who from the staff would come to that workshop to speak to council?
No.
Well, our workshop would be our workshop.
Okay.
For us. And then we can meet with at that time, I'd have you reach out.
Thank you.
I would like to add, it would be beneficial for everyone if we could get those to be kind of close together. I know it's hard to work with the district, and maybe if we could reach out to the district before the end of the school year and see when they have closures. Usually I don't know how their contracts work, but typically school districts have 1 to 4 weeks where staff is not in office due to their contracts. So it'd be beneficial to us to know when that is.
I'll request that from the
So
superintendent.
Mr. Reed will follow up with them and find a time that they can meet with us and get the right people in the meeting for us.
I mean, I think we need to, the first step is we need to see if they have any interest in even talking to us before we go any further here.
Yeah.
Because we're just,
Well,
we're
I mean,
spinning our
well,
wheels, quite frankly.
Hey, everybody knows the contract's got to be renegotiated.
Right.
They know it's a dead contract, so do we. And so I think there's a mutual interest here to get a new contract in place.
I think that's,
That's Joel's motion, so yes. Well, assuming do we have a second for Joel's motion?
I'll second.
Councilman Mahoney seconded. Do we have any other discussion before we vote? Okay. All right, so let's vote on our screens.
We have to please wait.
Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way, starting with Councilman Hicks.
Aye. Nay.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 6-1. Thank you. Just shoot us an email, Peggy, with some options.
Or we can do it at our last, we have a calendar item on our agenda.
Okay. Oh, there you go, yeah. Thank you. All right, moving on to 8B, discussion action on a reimbursement agreement between the City of Schertz, Texas and the City of Cibolo, Texas for manhole adjustments as part of the Dean Road Maintenance and Repair Project. Mr. Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight, I'm bringing forth the approval or disapproval for a resolution of a reimbursement agreement between the City of Schertz and City of Cibolo for the manhole adjustments part of the Dean Road project. During this project, it was determined that it would be in the best interest of both parties to reinforce the concrete manholes on Dean Road. Part of the agreement was that the city of Schertz would reimburse the city of Cibolo at 70% of the total cost. So that amount comes out to $9,823.99. We're seeking recommendation to allow the city manager to sign the reimbursement agreement between the city of Schertz and the city of Cibolo.
Make a motion to
So,
approve.
hold on.
8B.
So they're reimbursing us, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep. All right.
Make a motion to approve 8B is,
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. I think he beat you, Katie. So, all right, vote
That's-
electronically, please.
well, it's Katie's fine. That's all right.
I'm louder.
Did everybody vote?
Yeah, except for Mahoney. He's voting right now. Okay. And Benson, where'd he go? All right, well, it'll pass without him. So 6-2, whatever. All right, moving on to C, discussion action on a future land use map, including the master thoroughfare plan for the 2024 Cibolo Tomorrow Comprehensive Plan. Mr. Spencer. Guess you're leading it, Kelsey? Oh, here he comes.
Good evening again. We have just a few items we're going to set up and pass out, but just wanted to set the stage for what we're talking about tonight. So at the April 9th City Council meeting, Mr. Spencer did provide an overview of the comprehensive master plan and many of the elements involved in that, such as the place types, the future land use map, the master thoroughfare plan, the goals, vision, statement, as well as the implementation matrix for this plan. So what we'd like to do tonight is we're going to do a quick presentation, and we'd love to go over some different options based on that April 9th meeting where council asked us to come back with some different alternatives for the future land use map and the master thoroughfare plan. So that way we can go ahead and continue with this process and bring it through, the end goal being to get a draft that can be presented to planning and zoning and then to city council, and then ultimately with the final version of the master plan. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Spencer. Just let me know when you want me to pass the motion.
All right, good evening, council and mayor. It's a pleasure to see you all once again. As you all recall, at the April 9th meeting, we had discussed all the plan components of the comprehensive plan and the IH-10 corridor plan. When we received some really good comments and questions at that time, one of those being to come back to you all to provide options on the future land use map and the master thoroughfare plan so that one preferred option can be chosen for that comprehensive plan and the IH-10 corridor plan. So much like our presentation last month, there were two questions that I asked you all to please keep in mind as we go forward through this presentation. First, does City Council have a preference for one of the options that are presented for the flume or the MTP? And second, if there's a preference for one of those options, does City Council want to give direction to make any changes on that preferred flume or MTP? So we also do have maps that are available. So whenever we get to that section to talk about the different options, you all can have those maps, 11 by 17, so that we can go through those and workshop, if you will, so that we can make any changes if need be to any of the options that we present to you today. So the next couple of slides are just going to be a brief recap of the place types and the future land use map and MTP, which were covered at the April 9th City Council meeting. At y'all's discretion, city staff came up with 3 versions of the flume for City Council to review and to choose from at this evening. So at a very high level, the first 2 of those options are versions of the flume that you all had previously seen in our April 9th City Council meeting. And the third option is an alternative version using a previous flume, and we incorporated a number of those comments that we received on April 9th and into that third alternative option. So this is just a recap of that April 9th meeting where we talked about place types. So if you recall, this is the city's way of looking at future land use and those designations from a place-based approach. At last month's meeting, we covered all of the 11 place types recommended by the Master Plan Advisory Commission. While we did have a comment and a question on the place types at that meeting, I feel like my takeaway from that was that everybody kind of has a general understanding of place types. It's just more so of how we will utilize place types going forward. So I think that was something that was relayed to our consultants at Kimley Horn. So they're working on fleshing that out in terms of what will be seen in the draft chapters for place types before they get into the flume. Also, too, I think it's worth mentioning we have to remember what our basis is, just from a legal standpoint in terms of our Texas Local Government Code. We have to, on our future land use map, put within a notation on our map the following words as a disclaimer. A comprehensive plan shall not constitute zoning regulations or establish zoning boundaries. So again, place types in the future land use map aren't going to hit on zoning categories. So whenever we look at our future land uses from the 2016 plan, those also go into not covering zoning districts as well. So that's kind of the trend that we're continuing forward. So whenever you do use place types going forward, this will be more so with your zoning application requests, your conditional use permit requests, and you'll see within that staff report like an excerpt that's talking about whether that proposed use is consistent with the zoning map or the future land use map. That's kind of the way how you all will use place types. So place types will give you more flexibility in terms of the uses that are allowed within that place type, not necessarily giving you any zoning districts. So if you look in that 2016 comp plan, you'll see the future land uses. They not only say the uses, but they also say which uses are not allowed within a certain zoning district. That, in a sense, that limits you all, and that limits the types of applications that you all see for your applicants as they come forward. So in the future, whenever y'all do have a zoning application or a conditional use permit, something along those lines where you're looking at, is that use consistent with the future land use map, you will have a little more flexibility in terms of that request and making that decision. So that's kind of in a nutshell of how you'll see and utilize place types in the future. So here, another slide that you all had seen before, and feel free to stop me at any point if need be, but I'm just going to kind of blaze through these since you all had seen these before. But this is that future land use map exercise that you all had completed at the January 1st, 30th, 2024 joint meeting, where it was you all as council, the Master Plan Advisory Commission, Planning and Zoning, and the Economic Development Corporation. And we asked you all to complete a future land use exercise. Off to the right-hand side are those maps that were generated from that exercise. And us as staff, we went back and we looked at each of the areas where we had consensus. And again, we talked about that consensus at the last meeting, being if we had two or more of the groups that said of a certain place type, we put it on the map. If we saw anything less than that, we took it back to the Master Plan Advisory Commission to have them to give their further review.
And so I guess the result of the 1/30/24 meeting has an option, which was option one. Which one was it, one or two? Or?
Number one.
One?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay,
That will be
thank
number
you.
one. Yes, sir.
Option one. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir, that's correct. So in here is the master thoroughfare plan exercise. Off to the left is that map that we gave you all with those numbered planned roads. And you all were told to vote yes or no for each of those roads. And off to the right are those same maps. You all had used that same map for that future land use map exercise for the MTP exercise and voted yes or no for a number of those roads. And so following the April 9th meeting, staff, we went over what needed to be made to come back to you all. And we had noticed that there need to be some revisions made to the master thoroughfare plan. And so we have highlighted these for you all. So Plan Road 3, that was a proposed minor arterial that was slightly moved to the west so that it follows the property line of the future potential school, which is north of Wheaton Road and south of Green Valley Road. And so it's completely shown on those property lines. And then the other change or reason for that change was so that it's shown behind the property lines for the Buffalo Crossing subdivision, which is south of Wheaton Road. And that's highlighted there. Another change that staff is recommending is Bright Road. It was classified as a major arterial. That was changed to a collector. A segment of South Main Street. This is from FM 78 to Schaefer Road. That was changed from a minor arterial to a collector. And lastly, we have a section of the proposed north-south connector. The portion that's going to be at grade, which is just south of Schaefer Road, that portion is now being shown as a collector. And just as a note going forward, this updated MTP with staff's recommendations is shown on all three versions of the flume, and we'll talk about each of those options here. So option one, as we discussed, is the flume or the outcome that we had gotten from the January 30th joint meeting. And it was brought to the Master Plan Advisory Commission for further review based off of the 4 areas where we did not see consensus in each of those 4 areas. We discussed them, I feel like, pretty good at the last April 9th meeting, but these were those 4 areas, which is north of FM 1103, east of FM 78 and the ETJ, the south Lower Seguin Road and Schmeckel Road area, and then east of Lenny Road in that FM 465 ETJ area. And you can see each of those areas are boxed in, and the colors within that boxed in area is the place type or place types that were decided on by the Master Plan Advisory Committee on February 22nd. So that's option one. Option two is the future land use map that was presented to you all on April the 9th. This is the map that was recommended for approval by the Master Plan Advisory Commission, and each of those areas where there were changes made after that January 30th joint meeting and after that February 22nd meeting is shown on this map, and they're boxed in as well. I feel like we kind of talked about those areas at length at the last meeting, but those areas are north of Wow Road and Short Wow Road in the ETJ, south of Short Wow Road and Sassman Road in the ETJ, south of FM 1103 and Tolly Road, and north of Country Lane and Tolly Road. Oh, I'm sorry, and there's a fifth one, west of Hakerville Road and north of Lower Seguin Road. And so for our alternative map, this was kind of based off of the comments that we had heard from the April 9th meeting. So we used that option number one, using that as a base, and then we incorporated the comments that we heard, one of those being to incorporate those small pockets of existing commercial businesses along south of Shortwell Road and Sassman Road and ETJ. You can see that those areas are there as we have boxed in yellow. And then we took a look at what we had in terms of the egg farm. We made sure that that place type is definitely being accounted for. So currently we had it as rural residential and agricultural. That place type does allow for agricultural businesses, and so no changes were made to that one.
So option 3 pretty much encompasses all the changes everybody wanted, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
That's the best one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then this last one, third one, was a staff recommended recommendation for the flume, which is to add a roughly 40-acre neighborhood commercial node at the intersection of Hakerville Road and Lower Seguin Road. And we have that boxed in there. So the reason for that is because we see, especially with that proposed north-south connector as driving traffic further south of FM 78, along with the future area where we plan to expand for our wastewater services. It falls in line with something like that. And we saw that, and you can still see that in the city's current flume. So the current flume, you'll see a number of different commercial nodes throughout the map. So those are some of the reasons why we made that recommendation. But again, these are all up for your review. If there are any changes you want to make to that, you don't want to see it, perfectly fine, and we can make those changes.
So Mr. Spencer, on number 3, that would be, similar to like maybe Green Valley and 1103 is today as far as retail area for the people that live in this area.
Correct.
For the existing residents and then the future residents to be able to go get gas, get six-pack, whatever they want, right? Okay.
Exactly. And
Okay.
I mean, yeah, and to your point, we see a lot of the residential, at least planned out here on the map, but there's not really any commercial in that area. So that would be that neighborhood serving commercial that the residents we see in the future will be needing.
I guess my question would be, because kind of south of there, the gentleman that owns that property kind of does commercial business out of that already.
Oh, okay.
Has to do with, I just don't want it to, because we see it so much of the time where we change the zoning and then they're all of a sudden not compliant. So I know that, huh? Okay, okay.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something that that if you all feel like needs to happen on this map, again, feel free to make or request any changes, and we can definitely do that. We have the maps here.
Real quick, back
Yes,
to that
sir.
commercial node. So what is that current, I mean, what is that now?
It's all ag.
Right, but I mean, prior to that, what was the place type? I guess I can't see that on the map, where this box is.
Sure,
With
yeah,
the little
let me-
highlighted yellow that just flopped off there?
So it's like a mix between that estate residential and community residential right now.
Are you asking on the current flume?
No, I'm saying, look, okay, let me restate my question. You remember you put up a little thing of all the place types and the little dot to dot thing you had going on?
Yeah.
What is it currently without this change, and would this commercial be able to be put, see, the thing about the place types that kind of frustrates me, to be honest with you, is that it seems way too malleable, which sounds fine until you're in a P&Z meeting and somebody says, but it's the place type, man. I'm in my right place type. It's like a tertiary, quaternary thing on the place type, and then you've got all kinds of chaos that ensues. I'm just imagining, having spent 6 years on planning and zoning. And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to love these place types, and I'm really not at all. But what is it without the rev that the city staff put in for this 40-acre commercial node? What would it be without that? It would just be ag, commercial, place type? What is the place type then?
So, yeah, as I stated, it would be either that estate residential because it's a mix between north of Lower Seguin Road, we're looking at the community residential, and then south is more of that estate residential.
Literally, look at the map, PG, and it shows, it shows between Lower Seguin and the rest of the road is gonna be neighborhood commercial to the, east.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying.
So I guess my point is that the secondary use of state residential
Yes.
is retail and commercial. problem with place type. To be honest with you, this is my problem with it. Why do I need to create a 40-acre node of commercial if a secondary use of the primary place type allows me to have commercial? I just feel like we're gonna get all kinds of people frustrated trying to develop their property, and people in planning and zoning commissions are gonna be scratching their head, and future councils will be lost and dazed and confused, because it seems to me this estate residential already holds the ability to have, in fact, I mean, I'm getting old, I can't see this little paper, but like civic and institutional, retail and commercial. Don't laugh, Katie. One day this will be you. Yes. My arms are not long enough to read this any longer. Anyway, my point is that I don't know that you need to add a 40-acre I mean, explain to me why that's important when it's already a secondary type, unless you've got some sort of commercial that's not included in retail and commercial.
Sure, I'll take a stab at it.
Sure.
If I actually go back here, let me go. That's pretty far back, but here. So
Yes.
whenever we're talking about primary and secondary land uses, we kind of talked about it at the April 9th meeting. So primary uses, those are the uses that you will see for the most part. From a secondary use standpoint, those are the uses that would support that type of use. So you won't necessarily see those as often as you would a primary
As
use.
often, but here's the problem. This is the practicality of it, all right? Right now in our land use map, if somebody has designated on their property, whether we ever intended it to be commercial or not, trust me when I tell you this story, then it's commercial. And it says that because on a future land use map, somebody said it was commercial property, and I don't care that it's not zoned that way currently, the future land use map says it's true. All I'm saying here is if you have a place type and you have given a primary and secondary use for that place, and somebody decides to develop it, and currently it's estate residential, but they decide they want to use 37 acres to build I don't know what you build on 37 acres. A lot. But you decide to put something commercial there for that, this place type is going to say that's completely allowable. Now, we may not want that 37 acres full of stuff, and then the tension begins, right? So I don't like this because, and I don't know what we would do now. I mean, I guess now we just say it's residential, commercial, overlay. Yeah, we'll just call it an overlay, and then everything will be fine. I'm just asking in this case to specifically call out that 40 acres of commercial when I can look up here and say commercial is authorized as a secondary use. You even said it. It wouldn't primarily be what would happen, but you could do it. Then why do we need to actually carve out 40 acres and say this is commercial? Because
Go with option 2, buddy.
well, I'm trying to actually understand why the staff inserted this 40-acre commercial node. Is there a reason?
The reason why they wanted to do that is because they felt it would be a good idea to have a retail area down there for all the development that will come someday, as far as neighborhoods and, place for people to go and get some gas.
And Mr. Benson, Mayor and the council, Mr. Benson, I think you're pointing out a very good point here. Should we be listing retail and commercial as a secondary use in those 3 residential place types? I think that's the first question. The second question, which is directly what you're asking, is why would we want to call it out as a neighborhood commercial node? Beyond just the future land use map, we will use this future land use map when we update a wastewater plan for the southern growth area. And so when we know that the city has the intent for commercial versus residential, or the intent for industrial versus residential, we will size that wastewater infrastructure to accommodate that capacity. So that secondary use under these 3 residential categories, saying it could have some retail, could have some commercial, isn't as clear when we go off and start planning the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I think those are you asked the one question, but I would say you're leading me to ask council the other question. Do you want to keep a secondary use in those 3 residential place types? That
Right.
Retail, commercial could be secondary.
Yeah,
If you want clarity, you don't want that there.
I agree, and I think that was my point, is that when you start adding secondary uses to
Yeah, and to your point, I think the traditional secondary uses have always included civic and institutional and residential districts, right? Right.
But I think commercial probably needs to come out. We need to look at everywhere that says retail or commercial, and those show up and, oh, that might be the worst.
Yeah, well, I think, both T.G. Benson and Katie have both brought this up tonight, that if these community residential or compact residential also includes a commercial element, then what's the point of having a neighborhood commercial, the purple, right? And so maybe let's just strip those out of the yellows and golds and then just have it neighborhood commercial as a place type. You know what I mean?
And I
So-
would say from staff, as far as to the question about why was that specifically called out for the 40 acres, is almost the converse of what you brought up, the fact that those residentials allow secondary use of retail and commercial, but neighborhood commercial does not allow residential in it. And so it's essentially earmarking it that you know you want that area to become commercial because of the development opportunity, and not kind of doing a 50-50 on if it's residential or commercial. So that's part of the thought process behind it, as
Yep.
far as why that section was called out as neighborhood commercial, because it would be exclusive of any sort of residential in that area.
Yeah, because someday, Lower Seguin Road and Hakerville is going to become, a pretty prominent intersection someday, so it would make sense for there to be commercial there.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the conversation right now is discussing the flume in zoning terms, and it's not zoning. And so I litigated for the city of San Marcos in 2006 this argument that somebody wanted to do something that was consistent with the future land use map, asked for zoning change. They didn't get their zoning change, so they sued. And the court said, no, your zoning doesn't necessarily have to meet your future land use map because of changed circumstances. So I'm just trying to recognize that I don't know that there'll be as much days and confusion, because when you're looking at the actual use type, well, I got here as fast as I could, but the sure.
And I wasn't unclear, and the Planning and Zoning Commission wasn't unclear. But we had a lot of residents in this town that were very unclear what the future land use meant compared to zoning. And it was, and when we create a new document, here's my problem. We look back, every time we look back and this confusion exists, we go, who are the knuckleheads that approved that flume, right? And pretty soon it's going to be the 7 of us knuckleheads that are going to prove it. And we're going to be the guys that 5 years from now saying, who are the knuckleheads that approved that? They may be right legally, and it may not be anything anybody can be done, but it sure causes a lot of hate and discontent that doesn't need to be done. So I think when we're creating a flume, when we're creating a UDC, then we need to be as clear as we need to be so that there is no, I mean, that went on what, 3, 4, 5, a year. That went on a year. And yes, you're exactly right. Legally, there was really nothing, but that doesn't stop the hate and discontent.
Residential should be residential and remove any aspect of.
So is it council's desire for all 3 of those residential categories to remove retail and commercial as a secondary use?
Yeah, I think that's what we're hearing.
Okay.
But then to also make sure that neighborhood commercial, the purple, is there where it's appropriate as far as intersections go. And even in front of future neighborhoods, where it makes sense.
With that change, we'll clarify that. We'll remove that and update it. Was there any other discussion or preference on the options from council?
All right.
If the mayor could
Yes.
just maybe go around the diocese, do council members prefer option 1, option 2, option 3?
Okay. So just so I'm clear, option 1 was the large group where we all got together. It included EDC, P&Z, council, and then also the impact. So it included the most people. So we had input from a lot of different parties, and then that's what we came up with was option 1. And then it was further refined by staff to come up with option 3, which is, I guess, an improvement upon option 1. And then we also have option 2, which is the one that the impact committee looked at. And so I guess the question would be, as council, is do we want to weight the opinions of the larger group as the heavier weight as far as
I'm good with option
you know.
2 myself.
You like 2? How about you, Randy? You like 1, 3, or 2? 2. Mahoney?
I have no serious objection to any of them, but two is perfect.
That's 4 people, so right there.
Katie?
I lean towards 3, but 2 is fine.
Yeah, I prefer 3 myself, but Norma?
I came in also wanting to, yeah.
2, okay. You like 3, I like 3 also. But okay, well, it looks like 2 has it, so make a motion, Joel, for 2.
Make a motion moving forward for 2, but also in that, removing the land use that we noted from residential.
To remove retail commercial as a secondary use in the 3 residential place types.
Okay, vote on your screens, please. The motion is for option 2. Ayes have it, 7-0. It's good to finally get this behind us. We've been working on this for 5 months, right, at least. Yeah. Yeah. Next up is 8D, discussion action and authorizing the city manager to sign the advance funding agreement AFA for the Texas Department of Transportation project FM 1103, Phase 2, from Rodeo Way to FM 78. Local contribution. Mr. Gomez.
Yes, so this item is to allow the city manager to sign the advanced funding agreement for the Phase 2 project for FM 1103, which the city of Cibolo is a participating partner. This agreement states that the city of Cibolo will contribute a fixed amount of $3,400,000 for this project. There is, however, a clause in Section 2 that states that the city can come back and ask for additional funding. And the funds for this must be ready 60 days prior to the construction bid opening for this project.
Make a motion to approve 8D as written.
Second.
Worked hard on this, man. Let's get it going.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We'll vote on the screen, please. Ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up is discussion action on approving a contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, Inc. for additional professional services and survey for Tolly Road Improvements Project. Mr. Gomez?
Yes. So we're coming back with the request for council to approve the additional funding needed for the Tolly Road project with LAN Engineers. This contract is going to be funded 30% from traffic impact fees and 70% from drainage impact fees. We're requesting that the city council authorize the city manager to execute a contract with LAN to complete the engineering and surveying for the Tolly Road Improvement Project in the amount of $257,766.21.
Make a motion to approve 8E as written.
Second.
Please vote. Ayes have it, 7-0. All right, next up is 8F, discussion action on the awarding of a consultant services contract to Riveron Corp.
Yes, so this one is for the land acquisition portion of the Tolly Road project, and we're requesting that the city council approve this contract to be executed with Riveron Corporation for that portion of the project.
For which project is Riveron?
For the Tolly Road.
The Tolly Road, okay.
Improvement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Make a
Same
motion to approve 8F.
Second.
Oh, okay. Vote electronically, please.
Thank you.
6-1. The TG was the nay. All right. Next one is G, discussion action regarding the final acceptance of public infrastructure for the quarters, Trophy Oak. Mr. Otto.
The Quarters Trophy Oak, the developer is, or the contractor was NRP Group. The owner applicant is Cibolo Valley Apartments LP. It is a multifamily development of 17.78 acres. The plat was recorded in June of 2019. These improvements have been completed for a while. There is 3,736 linear feet of water system, 1,583 linear feet of sanitary sewer, 1,074 linear feet of drainage, and 361 linear feet of streets for a total public improvement value of $752,400. I did conduct a punch walk and have verified that all punch items have been addressed, and I am recommending approval of final acceptance.
Councilman Hicks.
I've got a question. I know that this was a property that belonged to the city at one time. Just because we accept the infrastructure doesn't mean we're maintaining it, does it?
As I understand it on this one, the water and portion of the sewer are public. They're serving not just the multifamily, but also adjacent uses. So the water and the sewer will be maintained by the city. And then the underground drainage, I believe, as well, because it is a large conveyance system going through there. But the parking lot is not us. There's only 361 feet of street coming from FM 78 into the complex. The pavement failures that you see out there are within the complex. They are not public improvements that we're not responsible for.
That's what I was wanting to get at, is make sure that we're not responsible.
Yeah, it took me a second to get there, but
okay.
yes.
Because sidewalks, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, Willow Point, Gatewood, you name it off. I just want to make sure that we're not responsible for the sidewalks and the asphalt. Understand the water, us going in there and taking care of that.
You mean inside the complex,
Yes.
inside the apartment complex?
I just want to make sure we're not accepting, by us accepting this, we're not accepting, well, we'll go in there and repair their.
That's private property.
Well, that's what just want to be sure before I accept it.
Okay.
With that being said, I'll make a motion to approve 8G.
Second. 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Otto. Next up is H, discussion action regarding final acceptance of public infrastructure for Magnolia Pancake House. Mr. Otto.
Okay, Magnolia Pancake House, the owner applicant is Babcock Road 165 Limited. Their contractor was Westwood. This is a commercial development, 30.85 acres. There are 9 commercial lots and 3 open spaces. The plat was recorded in January of 2020. Water, there's 918 linear feet of water, and there's 410 linear feet of sanitary sewer. Those are the only public improvements associated with this one, for a total valuation of $181,218. Again, I did conduct a punch walk. All punch list items have been addressed, and I am recommending approval of final acceptance.
Wait, Councilwoman Cunningham has a question?
So they've been open like 2 years. Why are this one and the last one so delayed?
The next one too.
They didn't request final acceptance until recently.
Okay, and it's on the developer to request final acceptance?
It's up to the developer to request final
So
acceptance.
do we have a warranty on these things?
The warranty will begin upon your approval.
Upon acceptance, okay, got it. Then I'll make a motion to approve 8H.
I second it.
Norma. 7-0. Next up is 8I, discussion action regarding final acceptance of public infrastructure for living spaces. Mr. Otto.
Third verse is the same. It is the same development as Magnolia Pancake House. This is just the second phase of it. With this one, they had 804 linear feet of water and 2,176 linear feet of sanitary sewer for a total valuation of $419,975. Again, I did the punch walk. All punch list items have been addressed, and I am recommending approval of final acceptance.
Motion to accept 8I is written.
Yeah.
7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. Moving on to 8J, discussion action on the preliminary plat of Grace Valley Ranch, Phase 3B, Miss Huerta.
CTJ stuff.
Look at this. iPhones are magnetic. Did you know that? Do we have a motion? Grace Valley. Okay, so no motion. The motion fails from lack of.
Mayor
Yeah.
and council, your motion would be to grant the 30-day extension request, not necessarily to give an opinion on the plat itself.
I guess I'll make a motion to give them a 30-day extension for AJ.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please vote. Got a 6-1 vote on the extension for the preliminary plat for Grace Valley Ranch Phase 3B. It was TG in the nay vote. Your picture shows up there, I think. All right. Next up is K, discussion action on the final plat of Grace Valley Ranch Phase 2, Miss Huerta.
Yes, we have the same 30-day extension request.
Katie?
I'll
do it
make a
again.
motion to extend 8K 30 days.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilman Mahoney. Norma, please. Okay. Mahoney seconded it. Are you talking about this latest one?
Well, I hit nay
Oh, the
before
nays are
also,
TG and
but
Joel.
because it's right there.
Yeah.
It came up a yay the last time.
5-2. Okay. All right. Next up is L, discussion action on the preliminary plat of Steel Creek Subdivision Unit 6. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, we also have a request for a 30-day extension for this plat. They are, they have, well, it's a really quick turnaround.
I'll make a motion to extend it.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks and a second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Dick.
Just waiting on you, Dick.
Oh, still looking. Okay, well, put your finger up there. Thank you. 6-1. Yeah, 6-1. Benson again. All right, next up, M, discussion action on the final plat of Steel Creek Subdivision Unit 6. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, we also have a request for a 30-day extension on this plat. They have outstanding comments on a review of a lift station.
Reviewing the lift station?
It's a lift station design. There's still outstanding comments that they need more time to address.
I make a motion to grant a 30-day extension for 8M.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilman Mahoney. This time we've got 5-2. The naysayers are
What?
Benson
Yeah.
and Mahoney. I mean, not Mahoney, Benson and Hicks. All right, next
Yeah,
up
they don't
is
give us
in discussion action regarding the funding amounts for the strategic partnership grants. Mr. Huggins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we're bringing this back at your request. If you'll recall, during the FY24 budget process, Council set aside $10,000 for a strategic partnership grant program. The application process was open mid-January and closed at the end of February. City received 4 applications for grant funding, which was included in your packet at the March 26th council meeting. We asked for feedback from council on the recommendations for funding for these 4 applicants. I have included the recommendations in your packet tonight that you provided to me for these funding ventures. So before the meeting tonight, I provided some averages for you to consider because, we had some pretty wide variations on what you would like to see go to which applicants. So I averaged out the requests for all of the different applicants from the different council members as well. So option 1 would be just to take the average of each one of those, and in doing so, the alumni associations of the Cibolo Citizens Police Academy would receive $2,025. CASA would receive $2,490. Miss Cibolo would receive $1,423, and the Comal Senior Center would receive $4,062. Option 2 is $2,500 across the board for each applicant, and that was actually the recommendation of 3 different council members. And then option 3 was if you took those $2,500 amounts out of the matrix, then that's the average of the other 5 council members. So about $1,500 for the Alumni Association, $2,500 for CASA, $1,000 for Miss Cibolo, and $5,000 for Comal Senior Center.
Councilwoman Cunningham, do you have a comment?
Yeah. So a couple of these feel odd to be applying for it because they are already funded through the city. And that's kind of where I had some hesitation. The Senior Center, while they definitely have a lot of participation, they're already funded by the city. So it seems kind of odd that we would have our own program have to apply for funding through the city. Wouldn't they just ask for a budget adjustment? It seems kind of like a roundabout way to get more money for the program. If it needs the money, absolutely we should fund it. But it just seemed like an odd, it just seemed odd. The Alumni Association also seemed kind of odd because it was buying stuff for our police. So we're paying someone to purchase something that would come back to the city anyway. So again, it seemed kind of like a circular budget system. So I did have a hard time kind of grading those. With CASA, I think that their work is fantastic. They do a lot of great work in our community, but in their own application, they said that they only supported about 4 kids in Cibolo in the last year. So that was kind of, I would have liked to see, well, how are you going to increase, I mean, you don't want to increase the number of children who need CASA services,
Right.
but how are you going to expand services in Cibolo? Are those services needed? How is this funding going to go toward that? I'm hoping that they will, because they did outline that it would be going towards a staff person who hopefully would be coming out and working with our crime victim liaison and things like that. So their application I was kind of iffy on. And then the final application that we received was not as complete as the other applications. So I know I struggled with that. I just wanted to say that out loud. I think moving forward with the applications, hopefully next year, if we do this, we get more than just 4. I'm glad that we got the 4 that we had, but it just, I hope I'm not the only one who kind of struggled with some of these.
No, I'm with you, Ms. Cunningham. I felt the same way. I don't know how the 283 got there. I know that it's a difference of the CASA, but I just put in what CASA was requesting, which was to support an employee.
Right.
And that's why I put the exact amount CASA. They were focused on what they needed. Now, the alumni, they wanted the whole 10,000, the whole kit and caboodle for themselves.
That's correct, that's what the application said.
Who's the alumni? Oh, you mean the police, Citizens Police Academy?
Yeah. They
Yeah.
did.
Well, I mean,
But I'm with Katie on that, is if they need it, I know that I just saw last week where we just got some new drones that were flying through the cop cars and all. So, whether we just bought some or
Yeah.
what, I don't know, but.
I couldn't tell you how old those are, but they do have to, they're drones, so they have to be replaced.
Right, I understand all that, but that's why, but I don't know how Ms. Cibolo came up short. Maybe it was my calculations, I don't know, but I didn't think that I had shorted them that. I just knew that CASA, I wanted their full amount that they requested because they gave a specific amount.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the seniors, I'm kind of with you on that, but I know that they've got a lot of traction there, and they're needing help.
I just wish for
I-
seniors, I think if it would have gone towards something that would add to the program and not just expand what's already being done.
Yep.
Like a new service, like we'll bring in a,
Elvis impersonator. They actually asked me for that.
yeah, do something like that where it's like an added service that's not already being provided. It's a new service, not just
Well,
to
maybe we
build
can
on.
talk-
Not that food's not important. Food is super important, but.
If they're asking for money to continue services, and maybe they're underfunded, look at that this year with no money.
Absolutely.
Look at it. So maybe this is a better way to actually fund that, is to just give them the grant.
Absolutely, and to add to that, I think they were also hard pressed coming to us for more funding for the budget, so this was another way that they wanted to request without having to say, hey, let's have some, yes.
Yeah.
And also to the point of, the police academy, I understand that, but I think also as the fact of the matter is that we do have a lean force, and whatever we could aid them with drones, it can help them, with finding runaways. I know when I did a ride along that particular night, we put up a drone to help find a runaway. And I think we saw some footage on Facebook just as well of how effective those are. So I'm just saying, think lean police force, more equipment that they can use to service our area.
Yeah, and I think, Katie and Joel brought up some good points that I don't think that the spirit of this particular grant program was to, supplement or extra fund our existing programs like the senior center and our police department. So I think the spirit of this is to help outside organizations that come to us, asking for a grant, which is something we get year in, year out, all the time, all year long. Joel, you've been up here a little longer than I have even, and we get these throughout the year, and we don't just get them for 3 months. We get these all the time throughout the year from all these different organizations. And so I think we need to be a little bit more clear about who's eligible to apply for this.
Right, so this is your first year of doing this program,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So there's
Right,
always
right.
some learning curves when you're doing these
Yep.
kind of things. So as we go into this next budget year and you decide what you want to put in this program, we can look at the parameters you want to put in place for applicants as well,
Yep.
right? What limitations you want to put in place. So this year, basically you said you wanted 501c3s, or nonprofit organizations, to be able to submit applications. And then how did their application match with your strategic plan? So if there's other parameters you want to put in place after this process we've just gone through, we need to put those in place.
And we'll define that during the next upcoming budget season. I remember last budget season, Katie and I kind of looked over at each other and said, this really probably isn't enough, the 10,000, but we may decide that, it was more than enough, or maybe it wasn't. But that's something we'll tackle when we get to budget season this
You had to
summer.
start somewhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that based upon what we did receive for applicants, just in the fact that it was, our first year doing it, I think it just makes sense to split it evenly. Just give them all the 2,500 and move on down the road, and and then next year.
I'll concur with you there, Mayor. Just where we can get it distributed and move along, and
Make it fair. Yeah.
I want to say something.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mahoney.
I think that's just following the path of least resistance to say that. I mean, I prioritize these a little different than everybody else, obviously. And we're all feel free to have a different opinion about that. But I don't want to just rubber stamp the notion that we spread it evenly because we don't want to offend somebody or look like we don't have a preference. I have a preference. Now, what do I do about that? I don't know, other than try to lift up and promote to y'all that the court-appointed special advocates is a great program that needs a couple more employees. They need to be ready, proactive for that day that we discover a more serious situation.
Mm-hmm.
It was mentioned that they had 4 cases. Maybe they'll have 14 next year. We don't know. And so that's...
So you're leaning more towards CASA, right, as far as
Well,
your preference?
The senior center was my first one, and
senior
CASA
center,
was
okay.
second.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the average. I actually like the average, to be honest with you.
Same.
The average, okay, make a motion for the average then, I guess, unless there's more discussion needed.
I feel like the average, if you look at even against option 2, it kind of falls a little bit more in line. And I think to Mr. Mahoney's point, it also satisfies, the senior center having the first option, the first tier, and then CASA still having the second tier, so it still satisfies that just as well. So, and I think it kind of gets to, with the exception of the police academy, it gets to the top tier of what they were requesting just as well. So for instance, the senior center was asking for 6, but they're getting 4. Ms. Cibolo getting close to that number just as well. And CASA just comes a little bit under.
So make a motion for average?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion. How do I make this motion?
Just say average contribution on the chart.
For the average contribution for the Strategic Partnership Grant Program.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please vote. I think, was it you who seconded it? It was TG who seconded it. Okay. Okay, it did not pass, so it's,
So it fails, so we need another motion.
okay, it didn't pass. The yays were TG, Dick, and Norma. Okay. All right, so do I have a secondary
I'll
motion?
make a motion, option 3.
Okay, so Joel said option 3.
Oh, I'm going to bring that up. I'm bringing that up at the next council meeting. I've already written it down. Oh, I'm bringing it. Yeah, because it's not working. Exactly. Oh, I plan on bringing that back up. I've got a problem with this system.
Here. Okay, so I guess we'll do a roll call since this one can't be.
No, I'm on option 3.
Option 3 is on the table.
Okay, so we'll start with Councilman Hicks.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
All right, option
7-0.
3, you got it.
Option 3.
Thank you.
And who seconded it? Me. Okay, okay. That's right. I'm sorry. There was a lot of stuff going on. I just try to keep track of people.
I gave up. I was reading it down. It's like,
Okay, moving on to O, discussion action regarding a contract for the Cibolo EDC for an updated marketing video. Ms. Lee.
All right, good evening again. So this is an item coming to you from the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation. They have selected a firm that they would like to recommend do an updated marketing video. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Isabella Ellis, our Economic Development Specialist, who handles most of our marketing for Economic Development Department and for the EDC, to give a short overview of what's in the packet.
All right, thank you so much, Kelsey, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So to give you an overview, in this fiscal year's budget, the Cibolo EDC budgeted for an updated marketing video to be produced with the assistance of staff. Now, to give reference, the last time the EDC did an updated marketing video was before COVID, so it's definitely been a while since we've had one, and a lot has changed in Cibolo since then. The last video was a 4-minute video highlighting a bunch of different areas, including Cibolo being a great place to live and do business. So this year, staff got together. We kind of brainstormed what we wanted this video or videos to look like for this go-around. And so with the assistance of the city's communication manager and the economic development staff, we brainstormed 2 short forms, so 1 to 2 minute long video ideas. The first being Cibolo, a great place to work, which is going to highlight our local manufacturing and industrial users in Cibolo, as well as Cibolo, a great place to live, which highlights quality of life aspects in the city. So those will be 2 separate videos. And what we're also looking to do is a kind of an unofficial third video where those 2 videos can be combined, and we can kind of loop them if we were to use them at trade shows or for any other marketing materials there. So with these tentative video concepts in mind, staff reached out to 5 marketing firms for quotes on this project. The first was Anderson Marketing Group, which we had worked with on the previous marketing video that we had done. Tribu, which the EDC had previously worked with for paid advertising campaigns and graphic design, but not necessarily for video production before. Blue Horizon Media, which is a local firm out of Seguin. Viking Filmworks, which is a economic development-based marketing firm, and then Step In Communication, which we did not receive a quote from. So we received 4 quotes out of the 5 that we had reached out to. So just to give an overview as well, the anticipated budget of the project is less than the threshold of a formal RFP with a scoring matrix. However, to assist in evaluating the quotes, we had compiled kind of an assessment for each marketing firm based on the responses that we had received. And the 4 areas that we looked at in this assessment were, of course, overall cost. But the second was an additional option for photography to be included. And the reason that we looked in this area is because the last time we had updated photography of the city was also pre-COVID. So we definitely need some updated photos of the city as well. So we tried to see if the firm was able to include that, what that additional cost would look like, as well as how many photos they could include for that cost. The third area we looked at was video production examples. So what is the quality of their work? Have they done a project like this before? And then the last one was customer service during the quote or bid process. Mainly the reason for this one is, okay, if it's taking a couple weeks to get responses on just to get a quote, that probably gives us some insight on what it's going to be like to work on a project with them. So we definitely want someone who's going to be responsive and on top of their game there. So I included in the report here kind of that table assessing those 4 areas of the firms that we had received quotes from. Essentially, after discussing the top 2 firms that staff recommended, which was Blue Horizon Media and Viking Filmworks, the EDC Board of Directors selected Blue Horizon Media as their preferred firm for the project due to the overall cost, as they were the lowest bid that we received. They bid us at $11,000, and they are a local vendor, so they are located just right down the road in Seguin. The CEDC Board of Directors also appointed Marcus Mattingly, our board president, as an advisory committee member, because at the end of the day, this is an EDC project, so we want to make sure the EDC has their voice heard throughout the process. So he'll be joining in meetings with staff and the selected firm by giving input on the vision, participants for the video, and more. So essentially the next steps here are, once it's approved by City Council, and I'll turn it over to you guys if you have any questions, Blue Horizon Media has let us know that they will be able to begin on the project immediately. So as soon as they get the green light, they are ready to go, and they will be dedicated to us for an entire week. So they will not be doing any other projects at the same time. They want to ensure that we have their full attention while they're doing that. So I will turn it over to Council and Mayor for any questions regarding this project and the contract we received.
Any questions from council?
No, I appreciate the quotes and what y'all got. I'll make a motion to approve regarding the contract.
Second.
8-0 as written.
Thank you, Joel. Ayes have it, 7-0. Okay, moving on to item 8P, discussion action on the CIP update presentation and 5-year CIP plan. Mr. Gomez.
Waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. All right, so at the March 26th council meeting, council members requested updated information about the proposed debt model and the capital improvement project costs. Tonight, we're gonna be giving an update based off of the feedback that we received. Presentation, we're gonna go over overview the 9 other roads and give current updates on the current CIP projects. We'll be revisiting the revised debt model and updated 5-year CIP funding. Go over roadway CIP acceleration options. That was discussed in the council CIP subcommittee meeting. Go over the street maintenance proposal program and project management software, and then seek council feedback and direction. So for tonight's presentation, we have 3 questions that we want council to consider. How does council want to schedule the remaining 5-year CIP road projects, which are currently spread out across the next 3 fiscal years? How does council want Public Works to address providing adequate construction administration services? Do you want us to do that in-house or outsource? And does council support exploring the exploration of project management software in fiscal year 25 to enhance our capital improvement program? So to give a current overview of our current projects, Dean Road has been completed. Bolton Road was actually paved today. So we are substantially complete with that project. We'll be doing some shoulder work on that one. Lower Seguin Road will be starting on that project at the beginning of June. We're currently working on the traffic control plan for that one and coordinating with Schertz and TxDOT as our traffic control plan affects a couple of their ongoing projects. And then the remaining projects are projects that we're going to be proposing to either accelerate or move around in the current CIP structure.
So the plan you're proposing is to accelerate Talon Creek through Silver Wing into 25, 26?
Yes, so we have a slide that goes over those adjustments on those. The other projects that we have that we've completed are the preservation projects, which was Buffalo Crossing, Benwood Ranch, and Benwood Pass. Green Valley, the low water crossing, that one's currently out for bid, along with the Trailhead parking lot. The Deer Creek drainage channel is currently under design. We're at 30% with that. We just got that back on Friday, and we're doing a review of that to see any additional improvements that we can make to that project. And the Tolly Road project, we're currently doing utility coordination with utility companies. So looking at the revised debt model and the updated 5-year CIP funding, Specialized Public Finance provided an update on the next 5 years. The previous estimate was estimated at $39 million. Currently, the revised model shows us at $47 million between fiscal years 25 and 29. Presently, our remaining projects to be funded are the total debt amount of $15 million.
So that leaves us with 32 million if we were to accelerate those ones we just talked about on the last slide?
Yes.
Okay.
An update on the FM 1103. Based off a further discussion with TxDOT, with the assistant of Mr. Reed, we determined that we're actually doing a local contribution and not a local match. So the difference is that the local match would have required us to give 20% or higher for these projects. So it's 28% at the time. So now that we're doing just the local contribution, it's only 10%. So based off of that information, we only need to provide 3.4 million, which is a fixed amount.
For what we approved earlier, right?
Yes.
3.4 million, okay.
So currently right now in the fiscal year 25, we're projected to be at $11 million. The identified roadway projects in FY 25 equals about 5.1 million, which leaves us with an available amount of 5,970,000 to accelerate projects up to funds available. The Town Creek and Deer Creek are already programmed in fiscal year 25. The consideration was to accelerate Green Valley 1, Green Valley 2, Firebird Run, Silver Wing, which are all programmed in the following fiscal years, fiscal year 26 and 27. So the options that were discussed in the CIP in the CIP meeting, the projects that we have in these roads, of course, the fiscal year 24 projects are all under construction. The 25-year projects that we have is Town Creek and Deer Creek. The ones that we have in fiscal year 26 right now are Green Valley 1, Green Valley 2, Firebird Lane, And in fiscal year 27, we have 1 mill and overlay project, so it's a Silver Wing. So option 1 was to leave no change, leave all the projects the way they're currently showing, which means that we would construct 2 in fiscal year 25, 3 in fiscal year 26, and 1 in 27. This would potentially give us a lot higher cost when it comes to construction, just because the quantities are a lot less. And when we're going out for bid, lesser quantities means we're going to get higher prices on these projects.
Stops and starts, things like that.
Yes. So option 2 would accelerate all the projects except for Green Valley Road 1 and Silver Wing. That would be a viable option. The only reason I would oppose to not doing that was because Green Valley 1 and Silver Wing are both just mill and overlay projects, and they're relatively small projects. So that would inflate those 2 project costs a lot more than what the OPCC is currently showing. So our proposal is to accelerate all 6 roads in fiscal year 25. By accelerating these projects and grouping them together into one package provides us with the opportunity to get competitive pricing with the contractors, the higher quantities when it comes to asphalt, higher quantities with lime treated subgrade and all the other items. It drives the cost down on these overall line items. So overall, it would give us a better pricing on these contracts.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, and I think that that's a win-win because we have lower costs and we get them done in 2025 dollars as opposed to 26, 27 when prices do nothing but go up. Sorry, Mr. Benson.
That's assuming it's the same contractor, right? I mean, if an individual contractor comes in and bids out a road, you're not going to be able to buy the same asphalt from that guy as you're going to be able to buy from the next guy, right? I mean, you're saying that you're assuming all these costs will be lower for materials if one contractor does all 6 roads.
If we put them all to bid in a bid package, you know what I mean, TG?
So-
You put
so
it all
contract-
together in a big package, whoever bids
Right,
on it gets
right,
them all.
Right.
Did like we did the current 3 that we're doing.
Okay, but here's the question I have. First of all, maybe, right, but maybe not, because I may be able to get roads cheaper than bidding all 6, because there might be somebody out there that can take that mill and overlay and knock that out pretty cheap, that doesn't have the ability to, because he's over here doing this other full-size road. So I mean, I think there's some assumptions here that, I mean, I know where this is going because that's what we've done and we think it's cheaper, right? But I think sometimes clearly I have found over the last 6 months, what we think is the case is not always the case.
Yeah.
And so, mill and overlay job, there might be a couple of companies out there that can do a mill and overlay a lot cheaper than one of our contractors that we do to get the whole full depth road and knock it out and all that other stuff. And I think that they were making some assumptions here that I don't know that you can prove to me are true. I guess that's my question.
So I will say in my experience of doing this, and when it comes to mill and overlay, I've been doing mill and overlay for a lot of years now. Doing a project just like Silver Wing, which is a small street, if you're asking a contractor to come in and pave that one road, you're going to pay a high dollar amount because you're talking about minimal quantity on that street and you're having to pay the cost. So everything's lumped into that cost of asphalt, which includes labor, materials, and equipment. To bring in all that equipment to do a small street like Silver Wing, you're going to have an inflated cost for a project that small like a mill and overlay. So I think it would be beneficial to accelerate mill and overlay projects and group them into these larger projects, because that larger amount of asphalt, it's going to bring down the cost of that mobilization for a contractor. Coming to Cibolo, bringing pieces of equipment from San Antonio, from New Braunfels, just to pave a small stretch of street, you're going to pay a lot of money, even especially when it comes to mobilization for a project that small. But if we have a contractor here to do all 6 roads in one fiscal year, for them, it's a lot more beneficial to knock it all out, and we'll get a better cost when it comes to mobilization because you're going to be here for a long duration of time and doing these projects.
And Mr. Gomez, you'll be able to space out these 6 roads as to where they're not all under construction at once. And so that way the whole city's not,
No.
having to deal with all these.
We would develop a schedule with the contractor to come up with the game plan to get these roads completed.
In a logical sequence, so that way,
Correct.
People can get through town. Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any other slides?
Yes.
Okay.
So one thing that we want council to consider for future programs, if we do accelerate these projects and we come to the table next fiscal year looking for more roadways, is applying the right treatment at the right time. So this will help the city in the long run when we're looking at preserving our roadways and spending our dollars efficiently. I would like the city to see focus more on the preservation and rehabilitation part of it, just because currently right now you're in a area where we can preserve these streets for a lot lesser cost, as opposed to letting these streets deteriorate and then paying a high dollar. So preservation, just like we did for the three roads that we did with Buffalo Crossing, Bentwood Ranch, we did those streets, we preserved those streets for an additional 5 to 7 years, and we paid $345,000 for that. It's a relatively simple process. The in-house crews went out there, made minor repairs that they had to do. They sealed the cracks, and the street was closed for maybe 2 to 4 hours total, and we were done with that project, getting traffic back on it. And that just extended that preservation, that surface life for 5 to 7 years, which allows us more time to develop and have these projects for
Get
future.
more funds in the bank.
Correct.
Yeah.
So on the rehab, looking at for mill and overlays, so replacing the top 2 to 3 inches of asphalt. This can improve the maintenance for this road for 10 to 15 years. So a typical mill and overlay with routine maintenance, crack sealing, and doing fog seals or slurries. You can preserve these streets for additional 10 to 15 years with proper maintenance. Reconstruction projects, so this is where they get more more costly when you're having to repair a lot of concrete, thinking about curbs and sidewalks, removing the existing base and reworking the subgrade. These can create a 20 to 25 year life cycle with proper maintenance. So even though it is a 20 to 25 year pavement section, you do still have to do routine maintenance on it to preserve that street for 20 to 25 years.
Yeah. It looks great. Have you driven it yet?
So the pavement life cycle costs, this graph just shows you how not doing anything over a long period of time deteriorates that street a lot quicker. So once you get to the point to where we can do a microsurface, it is more beneficial to do that. Spending $1 now in preventative maintenance prevents you from having to spend $6 to $10 a square yard down the road. So this next graph shows you the life cycle curve. It shows you pretty much the different preservations that we're recommending to do with the microsurface and with the mill and overlay. By doing just those 2 applications will prevent us from having to do an increased amount of work and increased dollar amount on these roadways in the future. So I think it's very important for the council to consider this when we're talking about our next roadways and when we're talking about budget on how we want to conduct and do business with our roadways. Doing the benefits just right there shows you with the street preservation, we did 4 lane miles for $345,000, and currently we're doing a reconstruction of 10 miles for $6.3 million. So just by doing the right application at the right time will save us a lot of money in the long run and allow us to do bigger projects like CIP projects too, where we're repairing full infrastructure with drainage and everything. It allows us to spend our money that way and do routine maintenance on our roadways to preserve them for the long haul. So this is just going over the preservation package 1 that we did. These are the reconstruction projects that we're doing right now. Another thing that I would like council to consider is the payment management plan. So currently right now, what we're trying to do is we got data in the past in 2019 to look at this plan that LAN did for us in a study that went through all of our roadway infrastructure, gave us scores, and currently right now we're working with ISHN to do a pilot program to collect real-time data. We're going to be mounting cameras on trucks to capture roadway deterioration and see how the roadways are performing and utilize all that stuff to develop an actual street maintenance program. So we can in-house provide you with recommendations on streets that can be preserved, streets that can be rehabbed, and streets that need to be reconstruction. And then we can work together to develop a plan to approach this and tackle this as a city. A couple of things that we're exploring as well is project management software. So we've reached out to 4 vendors right now. We've received feedback on 3 of them. We're waiting on 1 more before we can bring that together and see if that's something that council would consider in this budget session to allow us to get this project management software and help us track projects a lot better, minimize delays, and we can actually create an improved project workflow to where we're just going through the process with that software through all the way from bidding to final completion of our projects. And it creates a historical database for us, so that way if we ever need to go back and find information on these projects, we have it stored in one centralized area.
Does nothing for delays, huh?
It helps minimize delays. It really does, because contractors are able to request RFIs a lot sooner. So if they're able to put that in there and the engineer gets pinged and shows that there is an RFI in the system, the engineer can respond a lot quicker than having to go through that. So it does help with delays.
Okay.
It doesn't help with weather delays, though.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Mahoney. Councilman Mahoney has a question, and then on Katie has a statement.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gomez, first let me be a nitpicker and say, look back in your slides, there's a place where a street is called Buffalo Pass, and I think you meant Bentwood Pass.
Oh, yes.
I think on one of those, but.
Sorry about that.
Back to software, when you said you've had feedback, do you mean just the companies responding that, yeah, we might sell you something, or what kind of feedback are you meaning?
So we've done demos with 4 companies. So we've done it with Facility Force, Project Mates, ViewWorks, and OpenGov. We've done demos with them. We provided them with the information that we would need from them as far as what we would need the system to do, how they would help us with tracking our projects, and
Okay,
they have.
Excuse me, at present, are we not using any sort of software for this?
We use Microsoft Office and Excel spreadsheets, and we have OneDrive that we store documentation on.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I would,
go ahead. The fact is that this worries me a little bit, because I've been around when a police department was looking for case management software. I got talked into sending people to go look at it in progress, in use in Atlanta or Baltimore or something, and it was, really expensive. And so when you're wording on the slideshow back on the very first page, you said this council support this. I thought, okay, what does that mean? $40,000 worth of expense to the city to let you explore it?
You mean the project management software? How much is it going to cost?
No, just the exploration. I don't want the exploration of it to cost $30,000 or $40,000.
So it wouldn't be an exploration. So we had initial calls with these companies, and they got feedback from us on what we would need the service to do for us. Then they came back and gave us demos. So currently, right now, we're waiting on the proposals. We have 2 currently, and we're waiting on a couple more. And then once we have all that together, we can sit down and see what would be the best interest.
Do you have a guess what that kind of a purchase would be, and for how long the license on it would last?
So the license would last as long as we maintain the software. Typically, you're looking at about $50,000 to $75,000 for that type of hardware
per year
for that software. After that, so it just depends on which one that we select. I believe some of the options have it to where it's like a $5,000 to $10,000 annual maintenance fee for that software. But the initial implementation, that is about $50,000 to $75,000.
Okay, well that's less than I was. That's less than I was afraid it would be for the actual product.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, be careful about the exploring end of it, because heck, I'll go to Atlanta and Baltimore and ask how they like it over here and over there.
And so what we're trying to do is to help the city. One way that we're trying to help the city save money is we're trying to find a software that can not only help with the CIP side of things, but also help with the in-house on doing work orders, routine maintenance, and keeping track of their work orders for their projects as well. So we're looking at it as a public works process as a whole, which would save us a lot of money to do that, as opposed to trying to get different softwares for different divisions.
Right. Well, I think it's the way to go for the future. The city's going to grow, and you're going to have to get past the hard file folders and Microsoft Excel. You're going to have to get beyond it.
Yeah,
And-
so,
and-
so, Mr. Gomez, that's really a future agenda item where you're going to bring back to us a cost for a
Yes.
specific software of these 4 that you're looking at. Katie?
Yeah, I just wanted to recommend you look into Smartsheet as well. It is an online, kind of like Excel on steroids, but it also has other features. You can build dashboards, individual dashboards for each entity that you're working with. You can submit invoices and process invoices, so it's kind of both sides. I currently use it for all of our contracts, but I know other departments where I work use it for tracking capital projects. They use it for a wide variety of things. It's a system that you can actually build yourself. You can put in automation, so if something gets submitted by an agency or an entity, then it sends an email to the person who's supposed to approve it. So you get automatic notifications, you can put comments to each other. It's very user-friendly, and it's way cheaper than $50,000 a year, like considerably cheaper. So I think, I don't know 100% sure, but I know you can have users who have a free version. They just create an account, and the licensed users are the ones who can actually build the system. So if you have 2, 3, 4 licensed users, they build the system, and then all the other users can use it for free, including any agencies outside of Cibolo. It's a locked system. It's fantastic. So it's called Smartsheet.
So I know we utilize Smartsheets for our CIP tracker. I know and Tracy could probably talk more about this than I could as far as developing that, but we would probably need someone to develop that if we were to use it for,
They have a consulting option where you can have a consultant build and you direct them as to what you want built. And they'll map it, they'll put in all the formulas, and then you just, from fiscal year to fiscal year, however you have it set up, you just copy it and remap. It's fairly simple, but I'm happy to sit down and show you my limited scope of knowledge with it. But it's a much cheaper option than that, because we've also used OpenGov, we've used so many different trackers, and there's no one that's perfect.
Right.
But I'd rather a cheaper, less perfect one than an expensive, less perfect one.
Is that what the city of San Antonio uses?
Yes.
For their road projects?
I don't know what they use for the road project specifically, but I do know.
They use PrimeLink.
Yeah.
PrimeLink?
Yeah.
And that's not on this list, okay.
It's probably way too
But that was
expensive.
created internally, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Smartsheet is a good option if you haven't looked at that yet, to see all the other different things that it can do. For the Ison road study, do we know when to anticipate that?
So currently, I know that they received the cameras in. They're doing some modifications to it and trying to sync all the data to go with it before they mount it on the pieces of equipment that we're going to use it on. So I know the equipment has arrived. They're just working their processes as far as getting everything synced up before they put it on the vehicles.
Perfect.
Start using it. Yes, sir.
On the trash truck, or no, it was the
On the sweepers.
street sweeper.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they showed us some cool stuff that they're doing with AI technology
sense,
as
the
well.
sweepers did everything.
That gives you feedback on roadway conditions based off of what the camera's seeing.
That's
so it's
fantastic.
pretty cool stuff.
So you're making me very happy with this entire presentation, because I've been harping on this dang road study since before it was ever done. So I'm very happy to see that you're pushing us towards a consistent road maintenance, not wait till it gets so bad that we have to do something about it and we don't have the money for it plan, where we're going to start doing what we did on Buffalo Crossing, what we did on Bentwood Pass and Bentwood Ranch Road, whatever it is, Bentwood Way.
Yeah, my goal would to try to
Whatever.
get a program to where we can use money to do these types of projects and use the large dollars to do full
That's
full
fantastic.
reconstruction where we're focusing on drainage
So
and
would
stuff
this,
like that.
would this go into that 750,000, however much we have budgeted to road maintenance, ongoing maintenance? I know we're aiming to get to $1 million, but we've moved up. I think we're at 750. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are trying to plan to do some more
125,000.
preservation projects with our street maintenance tax next year.
Okay.
It just depends on what the dollar amount allows us to do.
So would it fall into that 750 pot, or is this additional money that you need set aside for this? I'm just trying to think, planning for the budget.
So the preservation, we would try to do that with that, but I don't know what the
Okay.
dollar amount's gonna be next year. I don't know if it's
Okay.
750 or more, but yeah, we're
should
gonna
be
use
19
that to
budget.
do that.
Okay. No, I'm
Ms.
talking about
Cunningham,
the actual road maintenance.
can I clarify, were you asking where the cost for the software would go?
No,
Thank you.
just the plan that he had mentioned
One with
of
icing,
doing
right?
the,
For the
yeah,
preservation.
doing the ongoing surfacing, the preventative measures, would that be coming out of our,
Yes.
yeah, our regular maintenance
That'd be out of the
fund?
750.
Because the bigger projects we can't afford, we're gonna have to, those are bigger discussions and they're not necessarily budgeted, but
Yeah.
these smaller projects, like the 3 roads you said were $300 and something thousand, that's something that would fit into that $750,000 budget. So I'm
Another thing that we're exploring, well, we had a meeting with the city of Seguin, and they have a zipper maintenance program. So I know we'll be going, Public Works will be going for a new zipper next fiscal year. And in Seguin, they utilize their zipper as a maintenance program to do long lane basin pavement repairs to improve the roadway. So it helps preserve their roadways a lot more. And so
That's
that's
great.
something that we would look about implementing
you.
here as well.
Okay, and so for this slide right here, I look at, 2 and 3 to fit into the last sentence down here, which is staff will return for future presentation on new roadway projects for the 25 budget during the June 18th budget workshop. I think we can tackle the questions for 2 and 3 here, but as far as number 1, moving up to 25, do we want to hear a motion on that?
I would like to personally see option 3, which is where we accelerate all of the 6 roads. And I think that would.
So you got a motion for option 3?
Sure. I
Okay.
didn't make I'll make a motion for option 3. Now you can.
So we got a motion and a second. Please vote electronically. Joel. Okay, that is 6-1 to accelerate those road projects into 2025. All right, and then we'll move on to, we're gonna jump around a little bit. We're gonna go to 9A, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo amending Chapter 38 of the City of Cibolo Code of Ordinances, limiting the replacement of manufactured homes to one time, except for fire or natural disaster. Miss Lee.
All right, hello again. So this is the action portion of the public hearing that you held earlier. So again, this is an item that came out of a recommendation from the City Council Ordinance Subcommittee meeting at its April 23rd meeting. So the purpose of this amendment would be to limit the number of times a non-conforming manufactured home could be replaced, except for a natural disaster or a fire. As I had mentioned, currently manufactured homes are allowed by right within the MH1 and MH2 districts, and they are allowed with a conditional use permit within the SF1 and the agricultural zoned districts. With this ordinance, a new definition and section would be added to Chapter 38 of the City of Cibolo Code of Ordinances. Within your packet is that definition. And then a new section would also be added, and I will go ahead and just read through this into the record. So it would be creating Section 38-18, replacement of manufactured homes, that in the event that a non-conforming manufactured home occupies a lot in the city, the owner of such manufactured home may remove the manufactured home from its location and place a HUD code manufactured home on the same property, provided that the replacement is a newer HUD code manufactured home and is at least as large in living space as the home being replaced. Except in the case of a fire or natural disaster, an owner of a manufactured home is limited to a single replacement of the manufactured home. Are there any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve 9A as written.
Second.
Please vote. Six to 1. Mahoney. Okay, moving on to 9B, approval, disapproval of an ordinance regarding a variance to UDC Section 18.6 to increase the number of lots allowed on a cul-de-sac street for Steel Creek subdivision, Unit 6. I believe we're looking to increase from 25 to 28. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, as you recall, we held the public hearing for this item at the last council meeting. The owner is Continental Homes of Texas LP, represented by Becky Carroll of Pape Dawson Engineers. The area is 51.879 acres, located at Lands Crossing and Overlook Ridge intersection in Council District 7. Zoned SF6, high-density single-family residential. And as you stated, it's for 28 single-family residential lots. It's Steel Creek Unit 6. There is a land study and master plan that was approved in 2018 and a PIA that was executed between the school district and the developer in 2021, or the city, the school district, and the developer. UDC Section 18.6F states that a single-family residential cul-de-sac street length may be extended up to a maximum length of 1,000 feet as measured from the center line of the street, intersecting the cul-de-sac to the center point of the cul-de-sac turnaround, provided that the number of lots located on the cul-de-sac street does not exceed 25 lots. The design of Unit 6 within the subdivision includes 28 lots on Waterfall Point, a cul-de-sac street on the eastern side of Unit 6. The variance complies with the approved land study PIA for the overall development. However, the PIA and the land study are not mechanisms used to provide variances to the UDC.
Okay. So this ordinance would modify our UDC?
No.
No? Just in this one case
They
scenario?
just give a variance for
It's a
the-
Okay, just for
variance.
this one situation, okay.
Yes, correct.
And Becky, did you want to come up and say anything? I know you're here to represent, or no? Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I don't have any questions. I just know that, you know, we have subdivision rules. This whole project started off that it was only supposed to be 800 plus home, 900 homes, and now it's grown to well over 1,100 homes. We had Mr. Malcolm McLaughlin came last time, having some concerns, and, you know, he's my constituent. I have to go with what my constituents, and, you know, why are we going to curb our, and make variances? Why have laws if we're just going to curb them? So that's all I've got.
So Becky, were you able to work with Malcolm? I know you met with him at the end of the council meeting last week, or 2 weeks ago, was that?
Yes, I was. Becky Carroll with Pape Dawson Engineers. Yes, I was able to speak with him after the meeting last time. He was able to make contact with D.R. Horton, and D.R. Horton is going to participate in the cost of the shared fence.
Okay. So you were able to come to an agreement with him to
Yes.
to help share the cost of the fence? Okay,
Correct.
good. That's good to hear. And so I think the original number of homes, that was with the plan that there was going to be a toll road running through this, right? Is that the reason why the difference of the homes, or no? Floodplain. Okay.
The original amount was the original amount. It had nothing to do with toll road.
Okay. I know it was on the map at one time. And could you tell us about the lift station, Becky?
So there is a lift station that is planned to be within Unit 6, which I think has 114 lots total. That lift station only needs to be designed for 114. The city came in and asked us to do some oversizing improvements to, I don't have the numbers with me, but it was significantly more than what that lift station needed to be planned for, along with the oversized gravity sewer main and some additional infrastructure that would help make the capital improvement project much cheaper, much easier on the residents that live there. So as of this point, D.R. Horton is considering incorporating that into the plan.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we have it on the line, you know, Joel and others, as far as a oversized lift station, right? Something they're
There
willing
are
to do
certain
for us.
accommodations that are being made, yes.
Right.
Mayor, I heard the same thing at Venado Crossing. I'm sorry.
Mr. Reed, do we have this in writing or anywhere? Or, I mean, because I know Mr. Hicks is bringing up a point about a previous development that a developer had promised an oversized lift station and then reneged. And so I think that there's some concern being expressed.
I've heard the story about the Venado Crossing lift station, and I think that was before my time, but it lives on. What D.R. Horton is talking about is, rather than designing this lift station to accommodate just their development, and this 114 homes, I believe, is what was mentioned.
Right.
They're willing to design it to the size that the city needs to support the area that would flow to that lift station that benefits the community at large. We pay the difference, but what we're saving is they're already building a lift station. We're just like a Lego you're adding on. So there's a significant cost savings to us if they are willing to cooperate. So I'm not comparing it to Venado Crossing lift station. What I am saying is D.R. Horton's trying to work with us to help us serve a greater area.
Right.
And if we get back to the variance, I just also asked Susana Huerta to read more about why does the UDC say one thing and why does the International Fire Code say something different, so that you understand the basis of the variance and why the staff was supportive of it.
Yeah, Ms. Huerta, if you could please give us that
And
information.
just to be clear,
Okay.
they are not designing the ultimate development, or we are not designing and constructing the ultimate development lift station. This is certain things to make life a lot easier on the city in the future that are not included in any kind of development agreement. They do not have to do this.
Right.
So.
Exactly. So basically, the development agreement calls for the bare minimum, which worst case scenario, that's what
I
D.R.
don't
Horton
think
could
it
default
call,
to.
I don't recall that it has anything regarding sewer oversizing for that portion of it.
Okay.
I don't believe there's anything in there.
Okay. Ms. Huerta, if you could talk to us about the fire code.
Yes, the fire inspector reviewed the design and stated that life safety factors were being satisfied due to the width of the road and the diameter of the cul-de-sac exceeding the minimum requirements. The fire chief, also in accordance with IFC D103.4, is also willing to grant special approval due to the road width exceeding 26 feet and the cul-de-sac being greater than 96 feet. And so we included the IFC section table in the staff report, and it allows that any cul-de-sac, it's requirements for dead-end fire apparatus access roads, exactly, but the cul-de-sac falls in there. And if they exceed 750 in length, and they are at least 26 feet, it sets a requirement. In this case, this one is longer than 750 feet, and that's where special approval is required, but they are exceeding all the minimum requirements that are required by the IFC code.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, I think what I wanted Ms. Huerta really to emphasize is we're not quite clear why the UDC went off in a different direction than the IFC, but when we're rewriting the UDC, this is an area where we're logging. Somehow, at some point, the community decided in the UDC that the standards should be X, but the IFC should control because it's for life and safety, and the IFC would allow this cul-de-sac as requested with the conditions listed, including that the street width from front of curb to front of curb is 32 feet wide, and the other ones that are listed in the staff report.
It was more. It's going to be more than 26. It is 32.
32, okay. And so it kind of sounds like the UDC was written by, just the layperson and not necessarily engineers, and this would go up to 30, but 28 is even less, so seems reasonable, right? Yes, Mr. Mahoney.
Ms. Huerta, did I miss it? As the report in here doesn't mention the Planning and Zoning Commission's outcome on this? Or did I miss it?
No, the city council, it did not go before the plan. It was not required. The UDC did not require that it go before the Planning and Zoning.
Have action on this in their last meeting?
It wasn't required to go to P&Z. I think it just went straight to us.
Because it's not a zoning regulation, it was not required to go to the P&Z. And so the variance process for this type of variance goes straight to the city council.
They did consider the plat, and it was mentioned that they were applying for a variance, but they didn't have to take action on the variance.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Randy, Katie? Anybody?
There are also some staff recommendations that if council decides to approve the variance, that some conditions be included, including that the street shall be no more than 850 feet in length, that the width of the street, excluding the cul-de-sac, shall be no less than 32 feet, that the diameter of the cul-de-sac be no less than 100 feet, and that special approval from the fire code official be required prior to the issuance of any permits.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huerta. Any deliberation on council? Anybody have any thoughts, want to talk over?
I'm just not sure I understand why we want to add 3 lots backing up a floodway. I mean, I really understand building and dollars and stuff, but it wasn't too long ago we had this thing in Houston that a lot of people scratched their head about how things got planned and zoned and approved, where homes are smacked up dab against floodways and flood zones, and man, water came over and flooded them all out. And I just, it just seems, I'm an American dream capitalist guy there ever is. I just don't understand the point in trying to jam 3 extra lots in this subdivision right up against that floodway.
So this is floodplain, not floodway though, right, Mr. Reed?
None of the lots are located in the floodplain or
None
the
of these lots
floodway.
are located in the floodway? Okay.
Correct. I clarified that.
But not in it.
Right. And the drainage study accounts for what they are proposing in front of you tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
This isn't Houston. All right, do we have a motion?
If council's unprepared to make a motion, do you need more information? That's also an option for you to
I make a
continue.
motion to disapprove ordinance 9B.
Randy. 7-0, disapproval, an ordinance regarding a variance to UDC section 18.6 to increase the number of lots allowed on a cul-de-sac street for Steel Creek subdivision unit 6. Next up is 10, resolution. Approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving the City Council Policy Directive number 2024-2 regarding the City Council appointments. Mr. Hyde. Didn't go out.
Generally, in your packet, the city council considered a prior version of this directive. It was requested by Councilmember Cunningham that the legal review it, and so we were able to complete that review and provided it to you in the current form. There are options that are available there that you discussed, and so we've included those options in the provision with regards to how you wanted to do it, and if you would just consider adopting it with the option that you prefer, but that's the way we would, and then we would modify the document to take out the other options.
Okay, go ahead, Katie.
So I have 4 small questions. In the first section, Rule 1, it says at least 21 years old. Is that a legal requirement, or is that just something that we've always had, that a committee member should be 21?
It's not a legal requirement to be 21, but we'd looked at, for purposes of having necessary judgment and skill. You know, the frontal lungata doesn't fully in men until they're 26. So the 21 was something that we've seen a lot with regards to
Make it 26.
selecting
So
that. Maybe
I
26.
agree with you.
yeah.
I think that there's a lot of people that you could even make that argument never develop that. But I think that if you're able to vote at 18, then maybe we should allow you to be a part of the process that your theoretical tax dollars go toward.
Well,
That's-
to add to that, Ms. Cunningham, Ms. Schultz's daughter lived on the Parks and Rec right out of high school.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on this one.
I think we're bringing back youth council. It would be a nice segue into having active, like our biggest issue has been having active members. So
Sure.
if we can get you young, if you're going to show up, please
Sure.
show up. So that was just one note. My second note is on Rule 2, the last sentence. It seems like a couple of words might be missing. It says, "It is the council's intent to have no more than 2 members of any recommendation organization at any time." You from the same district or from the same?
It's supposed to be I mean, it's actually accurate in that it was no more than that on multiple boards.
Okay, because the way, maybe it needs to be reworded a little bit to, so
Well-
you're saying that they cannot be on more than 2 committees at one time?
Originally, what it meant was that you couldn't have more than 2 members of any district
Okay.
on that commission. That's how we've been doing it.
But now they're going away from districts other
Right.
than 4.
So I don't mind the intent of it. I just think that the wording is a little unclear because I'm not sure exactly
We
what
can
it
reword
means.
it.
So
We can reword it.
whatever it is, if we could just reword it, I'm good with it. It doesn't really make sense. The third is for Rule 4A, alternate members. And it talks about how the alternate will be called by the chair or the vice chair to come sit in the dais. And I know this has come up before. Does the alternate fill a seat, or are they brought up to fill a seat if any member is absent, or only if there's not enough members present to make quorum?
And you see, usually it was, we'd bring an alternate, because Dad and Mr. Gibbs were both alternates at one time. And we would just bring them up. If there was one absent, they'd just come up and fill that
Because
seat.
I've seen it both ways, and that's why I wanted to clarify. I don't care either way. I just wanted to make sure that we're clear in what our intent is so that there's none of that confusion later on.
The way we do it with the alternates is the alternate will only sit up at the dais if there's a member absent.
Right.
And so if lately, I'll use the P and Z as an example, we've had 2 members absent all the time. So both alternates sit at the dais.
Okay.
When only one sits, I make sure that those alternates are alternating. And I keep that so I can let the chairman know, okay, Councilman or Mr. Hines sat last time, so it's Mrs. Hubbard's turn this time.
Okay.
So that they both have an opportunity to sit at the dais.
Perfect. Then I think the wording is okay for that. I just wanted to make sure because I know I've been asked, does an alternate step up only if there's 7 of us? If we're down to only 3 of us, do we pull an alternate because we're not making quorum? Or if there's 7 of us and 1 is absent, do we pull an alternate because there's a gap? So I just wanted to clarify that. And then for Rule 5, and I don't know if it would really fit in Rule 5, but I did not read in here and I could have missed it. How does the term run? Does it run from when the council member is appointed for that district, or does it run, because it says 6 consecutive years, get it, 6 years, good to go. But when does that, if you're finishing out an unfinished term, you could have 1.5 years, 2 years, and then do you only get 1 full, or do you get 2 full 3-year terms, but then you'd be over the 6 years? How does that work? I know on our list of committee members, it's kind of choppy as to who's appointed and when they need to be up for reappointment. And I think having some consistency with that may be helpful.
So what we've done in the past, with the exception of this last year, because we really didn't know what we were going to do, so I haven't brought those people back. What I've done in the past was let's say if you got nominated in December, then I brought it back in December. If you got nominated in June, you came back in June.
Okay.
So you had them staggered.
I kept the tabs on that. And the only problem was I didn't know if you were doing a 3-year term because the council went to a 3-year term, or we always did a 2-year term. Are you going to do a 2-year term and they come back?
Right.
So that is something that you would have to decide.
Okay. And I'm open to whatever on that. I just know right now it's very difficult to know who ends and when because everyone is staggered and it's all across the year. It's not like, oh, we know November or January is coming up. We know that we're going to have these people in these positions that will be up.
Well, to add to that, Ms. Cunningham, is you've got a great point, because like up here, if somebody leaves and then it has to be filled, that person is like Mrs. Sanchez. She'll finish out this year plus term, and then she's eligible for 6 more years. So I've got no problem with it being like that they fill a term. But if we do it that way, then we need to have a specific date. Like if we get elected in November and then we have appointments in January, so we do from January, if you understand, January we start appointing people, and then every January, and we go from that date.
I think that may also help a little bit with some of our appointment issues where we have appointments kind of scattered throughout the year. We would still have vacancies to fill, but they wouldn't come up quite as often.
One good thing about doing it throughout the year is you never are losing a whole bunch of people at the same time. And you have a couple committees that makes a really big difference. Your economic development, your planning and zoning, your board of adjustments. Certain committees make a big difference if you're going to lose a whole bunch of people all at the same
4
time.
people.
So if you stagger those terms like you do now, you're not missing more than 1 or 2 people at any given time. And you have enough time to train someone else to fill those positions or move an alternate up. That's up to right now, it's up to that district person if they want to move that alternate up. Because that alternate's been there, they're trained to be in that position. So, to me, it just makes more sense to have staggered terms.
This is, it's up to the council, but we could set up, like, say, these 2 positions are, staggered, but they're also solid terms. So you do have the 2 people come off and two people roll on, and then the second set of terms hits the next year, and then the third set hits the 3rd year. If that's what
I'm okay with that. I think having set dates, or like he's saying, have place 1 and 2 the first year, the second year 3 and 4, the 3rd year 4, 5, well, however you break, I don't care how it's broken down, but staggered like that, because I do agree. I think that was a really good point. We don't want to overturn everyone all at once, but I think that having a more consistent month where that's where the bulk of our appointments are is that month, as opposed to kind of sprinkled throughout the year, it would make it a lot easier for us to recruit as well.
I think that's why Shirts went to their 3 years also, but Shirts Council, they have 3, 3, and 2. That way don't have massive turnover.
I think HOAs do that.
At the same time, there's a couple of things that we need to talk about that are germane, I think, or you shout me down if they're not. But one of them is, I'm not even sure I care about the limit. As P&Z currently sits, and some of these commissions currently sit, I don't see what the point of the limit, in the regards that the longer you serve on P&Z, the better P&Z commissioner you're going to be. Yes. And so if somebody's happy being there.
Yeah, why have term limits?
Well, in a P&Z that, I won't name cities, but in a P&Z that makes them really, could be influenced. The problem we have, not the problem, the situation we're in right now is that we're making all the final decisions, and there are final decisions that P&Z by state law can make that the council several years ago took back.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to revisit that at some point. But until we do that, limiting these guys doesn't make any difference because in the end, city council has to make the final decision.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a whole lot less, well, there's a whole lot less influence that can be, I think the reason the term limits are there is because you get somebody on P and Z for 20 years and pretty soon they're running the whole thing, right? Because that's where a lot of these decisions get made in a lot of places is at P and Z. So you look at power in the city and those decisions, we look at them every time. The question is asked already, what did P and Z say about that? Right, so if you got somebody in P and Z for a long period of time, that could become a problem. But in our case, where we're currently sitting, and we need to maybe discuss this at another time, but we need to discuss whether or not it makes sense to have term limits. I mean, having a P and Z commissioner who's got 6, 7, 8 years of experience in this city is probably a really darn good thing, right? So, I mean, with as much turnover there is in this town and just trying to get people active, and then at 6 years, you're getting the boot when you're just trying to when you finally figured out what P and Z does, is kind of, I think we're about it in the wrong way. So I think we got to look at that policy specifically, say, does it make sense for P and Z to have a term limit at all?
Any board.
Or any
I mean,
board.
you know, if people just want to volunteer, maybe that's all they want to do.
I think we need to look at it overall in each one and say where could maybe undue influence be wielded, but I don't know that we have that here because most everything gets backstopped on this dais. So I think, you know, if we want to look at I think we got to look to give P and Z some of their power back and their authority and less stuff coming here, but that requires some training and some making sure that we're all sort of going in the right direction. But if we make that decision, then maybe you look back at term limits. But if we're going to be the backstop and the final approval on almost everything they do, then there's really no reason to term limit them. So it just
Totally
something
agree.
to talk about. It's probably in that policy somewhere. It's getting late, but
Yeah, I mean, term limit wise, the mentality of term limits is to provide an opportunity for others to serve.
But we have 7 seats.
And so I understand.
Yeah,
But
there's opportunity.
And so, but
None of these things are stacked with people that have been in there for 15 years or
right
anything
now,
like that, you know?
right. No, I understand, but that's the mentality of for term limits is that if somebody else wants to get on P and Z and there is no term limit, then they have no opportunity to look forward to.
I agree, that could be a problem. I just think with what P and Z, one I'm most familiar with, and once you finally figure out what's going on there, that's not the time to
No, I agree.
Well, to that, your point there.
Yeah.
My dad was on P and Z as an alternate his whole 6 years, and then they kicked him off, and he never got to serve as a regular person on there, so, just saying. Yes, he did.
All right, so do y'all
Right,
want to,
so-
do y'all want to vote on this or postpone or what?
I've got another
What are we gonna do?
comment. I want to go back to what Ms. Cunningham said in her very first thing about Rule 2, the very last sentence that's confusing.
Mhm.
And I've now read it 30 times, and it's still confusing. I want to delete the sentence. It serves no purpose that I see, other than to make me confused.
Yeah, ultimately, whether or not anyone's from a particular district serves still requires an approval. And so if everyone but one person on the council votes no, then whether you have 2 people in a particular area,
And you
I
may
mean, as
have,
a
And
rule.
it's all changing because we've gone to 4 districts and 3 at large. You could have 3 at large, it's all in District 4, all in District 1. I mean, it's,
But if it takes 4 votes
that's what I'm saying.
to put them in,
Yeah.
it,
So I get what you're saying there.
So I would say with these committees, I think we need to have representation from each district at a minimum, and then whatever beyond that, whatever.
Well, no, he
You
has
know what
a
I mean?
great point, because like I just said, if she's got District 4, and then my representative from District 7 is also in District 4, his representative from District 6 is also in District 4, and her representative from District 5 is in it, that's 4 votes from
You mean
District 4,
currently situated?
the way it's currently situated.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So with the new redistricting, people currently seated is what I mean.
So what, yeah.
People
but
that are currently seated, yeah, whatever.
But no, what he's saying is not have no more than 2, maybe 3.
All I'm
with
saying
you
is
on
that
I understand.
this is a policy that is controlled by 4 votes of this council. And so if you have a rule in here that 4 people don't like, they can change the policy.
Yep.
And so if there are 4 people that want to have more than 2 people from a particular district, they can just put the policy on the agenda, change the policy to remove it, and put those people on the agenda, or put
Yeah.
those people
Yeah.
on the
Well,
board. So you're kind of, you're arguing or you're debating something about how you're going to regulate yourself.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to have representation from each district,
Well, this
you know what I
sen-
mean? And
but
then
this-
beyond that, whatever.
But that sentence doesn't include the word district.
Right.
So
Right
why do
now,
we-
I had to rework, right, have my note
So
was
why
to
not get
rework
rid of
it.
this, get rid of the sentence?
Or just reword it to say district in there instead of
Okay.
recommended or.
So do we want to table this and get rid of the term limits and
Yeah, let's do it.
reword it a little bit?
I'll move.
Option 1, 2, or 3.
Well, we need to vote on the option.
Yeah, you can
It's
direct
not
me
on
with
here,
regard to
but
what
we
the
need to
option
vote on
is.
the option. I was good with option 1, meeting with them before our council meeting, but.
Can you read the, I don't remember what it said. I thought about it, I swear I did.
This is how everyone voted when they sent me the emails. There were 3 people that voted for option number 2. There was 1, 2, 3, 4 that voted for option 1. And then there was 1 person that wanted option 3. There was also the person that did option 2 said 2 or 3, and 1 person that did 1 said 1 or 4. So it really came down to either option 1 or 2 were the 2 that had the most votes. Option 1 was a special meeting prior to a regular meeting, and everyone had to be present to be voted upon. That
So
was,
when you say everyone had to be present, you mean the applicants?
the applicant had to be here. That's
Okay,
what
and
option
that,
1.
and that would take place prior to the council meeting,
Prior
right?
to
So
the
30
council
minutes, so
meeting.
it starts at 6, goes to 6:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for option 1.
So the only reason why I had a problem with requiring everybody to show up is you have people walk away disappointed.
Yeah.
So let's say you got 2 seats available, you got 4 people show up in person, and they interview 4 of them. 2 of those are walking out with their head hang low. You know what I mean? And so if you know, well, they're not excited. They didn't get appointed. You know, they came up here, wanted to get appointed to a board, and they're walking out disappointed. You know what I mean? And so, right. Well, then why were they here in the first place? If they're relieved to not get picked, they obviously have an interest. Yeah. Right. Well, they obviously have an interest. Otherwise, they would have just never applied, right? And so the thought is that if we were to review the people we really like and then interview them to come in person, then the people that show up get appointed because no one walks away unhappy. You know what I mean?
So option 2 was a second choice, and that was a subcommittee.
No, why waste people's time to come show up and then have to walk out of here knowing that there's only 2 seats available when there's 4 people walking in?
Option 1.
Second.
Oh, yep, we already have a second, so.
So you went with option 1 where they show up at 6 p.m., right?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
There's still nothing preventing us from reaching out to them to get their
Okay, so that is our policy.
Oh, so it passed, I guess?
Well, the option 2, but you need to address some of the wording that Ms. Cunningham and
Right.
Mr.
No,
Mahoney and
I'm going to
Mr.
make
Benson.
those correct, or changes, and then bring it to your next meeting. We
Okay.
can put it on
We
consent.
just need to get an option to start getting these people.
Right.
'Cause I know that we've got historic committee, we've got to get filled.
I think it probably could go on the consent agenda.
Yep.
Just, we can review it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to 12 executive session. Oh, it was 7-0. 7-0. We're going to go to 12 executive session. The city council will convene in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding the following. A, discussion of councils and employees' roles, Councilman Benson. B, discussion of the affiliate confidentiality agreement and the EDC attorney, Councilman Benson. I'm sorry, the time is now 10:11. The time is now 10:57 PM. We are resuming regular session from executive session. No action taken. All right, moving on to... Okay, yeah, we're back to 8Q, discussion on the investigation on how the Buffalo Wild Wings sign was approved erroneously. Councilman Benson.
You can't hear me? Oh. Towards the end of the write-up, there is a question that I would like to have answered. It says, one part I won't read out loud, I'll email just for the sake of not necessarily calling somebody out, but I would like an answer to, I'll forward the question, but there was one part that says, additionally, the restriction in the code is somewhat hidden within the definition of this type of sign, which made it easy to miss. It is not mentioned anywhere else in the code. So what have we done to clear that up? Because I have not seen any change to the code brought to council.
So for that, there has not been a change to the code yet. That will be something that has been identified when the Unified Development Code is updated. But what we have done within the planning department is have gone through that ordinance, and we have identified that that is a provision within the definitions that must be applied with both of our planners. They are aware of this now, and now that they are double checking the item, they are keeping an eye out to make sure that any future signs are complying with that provision.
All right.
Any other discussion?
I just want to make sure, Mr. Benson, did that answer your question? Do you want to email that and Ms.
Yeah, let's put that into writing. I'm going to send an email to you. And actually, I think everybody, what's the best way to get the entire council? I mean, there's part of this that's an individual involved, obviously, because
if you
and I
email
don't
me,
really need that out in the open, but.
If you email me and copy Kelsey Jordan Lee, when we respond, we will copy the entire council.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, moving on to 8R, discussion on the regulations on Airbnbs in the city of Cibolo. Councilman Benson.
So last week, we had a gentleman here to, had a small home, miniature house, I don't know what they call them, but tiny home, that's it. I knew small house wasn't right. And was trying to turn that into Airbnb. There was some conversation about, been looking out on the internet and found others that are Airbnbs in town. And I got to thinking about this as we were doing this, that this seemed a little bit, I don't know. I didn't like how it felt. First of all, I think in order to have one guy pay a tax because he had a tiny home that he turned into an Airbnb and went and got all the proper paperwork and all that versus somebody who hasn't done all that. Let me preface right off the front. I don't know that we should do the New Braunfels San Antonio route and start regulating those. My concern is, though, is that when we bring somebody here like that and he's obviously, it sounds like based on what I've heard, caught, right? He was building something and got caught. Maybe that was the original intent, maybe it wasn't, I don't really know. But I'm just concerned that we don't have anything as a policy for this. I don't know that I want a policy for this. I don't know that I'd vote to do what, I went out and looked at a couple cities. San Antonio's egregious. I think New Braunfels is just as bad, what they're doing to people who are trying to have an Airbnb at their house. But it does seem somewhat disjointed because here he is and he's going to have a hot tax and he's going to have all these other things applied, and there's people who are obviously not doing any of those things who are renting out their home. So I think somehow we need to put some thought into this and decide what we want to do. I don't think we should deny this guy his right to have his property, and maybe he doesn't care if he has to pay the tax or whatever. I mean, he's not paying the tax, I guess, but I just think we need to have a better overall policy than one guy comes up and bam, you're an Airbnb, and then there's others not. And I don't know what that answer is, but I think we need to discuss it and have a little bit of a discussion about it, because I don't know if anybody else could be upset about that or not, but it just felt kind of gross.
I went by and I took a picture. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'd noticed several years ago that if you go online, you can find a number of Airbnbs within the city. And one of the problems that we've got is not enough tax rates. We put in provisions for rental properties and motels and whatnot, but we didn't do anything with Airbnb. Second part, though, is that long-term, all of a sudden you've got a high-density population there in neighborhoods that you may not want. So you've got to balance this whole thing. But like I said, we're missing tax dollars off of it right off the bat.
Joel?
Well, I was going to add to that, you make a good point, Colonel, is I went by there to check it out, and it's a cute little home. It's not finished yet, but I'm looking at it thinking, where are they going to do the parking? I mean, because it is very small, and to his point, you have people start turning their homes into Airbnb or short-term rentals. When I first got on council, we had a problem with, they're called pit pads, where, same thing, yeah. Yes. Air Force guys come in, they're here for 6 months for training out at Randolph, and then they all get together. They know that there's a place there in Stonebrook that, hey, we can do it. You got 6 guys, it's 6 cars. That's 6 cars on your street because they can't all park in the driveway because the driveways are too short, because we need to fix our UDC to make longer driveways, all these setbacks. I mean, there's lots of stuff that we've got to do. But I agree, that was a problem because the roads over there, I don't even think they're more of alleys. They're like 18 foot. I live on one, so I know. It's not more than like 18 foot across, if that. But some of these, like B Alley, I know that one's not even 18. It's more like 15 foot. And if somebody park in the street, it's going to be hard for our fire department to get down. It's going to be hard if there's a fire down there for our fire, our police, emergency responders. We need to take a good, hard look at this. I'm with you on that, Mr. Benson, especially in this old town where, they're wanting to change these, but we got to look at it across the spectrum, because Bentwood Ranch was a prime example. There was a lot of pit houses over there. And you think about it, you've got 6 cars and then they throw a party. You got all sorts of cars. So it's something that we need to look at. Absolutely.
Yeah, back in 2019, Councilman Hicks, I brought a proposal to ban Airbnbs because I had gotten a lot of feedback from citizens that didn't like them in their neighborhoods because of the parking situation and just the type of people. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad people, but the people will come and party, you know what I mean, in these houses and be loud and cause a problem, right, for the neighbors that pay to live there. And so I brought that to council and it was voted down, by the council at that time. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to recommend an executive session at the next city council meeting on this topic. There's been a lot of litigation surrounding this. If you remember, in December, Hollywood Park got enjoined from applying their short-term rental deal in federal court. And then just last month is when the April San Antonio new STR rules have come up, and those are still being evaluated for challenge, I would say. So there's some stuff to unpack for y'all to understand where we are.
Okay, agreed. Let's do that. Okay, would that suffice, Mr. Benson?
Yeah, I just felt unsettled or unfinished with last week's thing. I mean, I couldn't vote for it, I couldn't vote against
Yeah. Okay, so
And-
we'll look at it
And
next time in
Mayor-
executive
Mayor
session.
and council, separate from the regulatory side, as far as monitoring these, there are companies that have developed their platforms that do the work for us. Of course, they take a cut of the revenue, but it's impossible for staff to monitor Airbnbs, if you will, short-term rentals, every single day, and then they even know what they are renting them for. So there are companies that can monitor this for us, and we could also share that kind of information with council, so that at least we're requiring them to get registered, to collect our hot tax, so that we're getting that revenue generated to the city.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask Mr. Reed, is we can use part of that, because I think it's 17.9%. Yeah, it's not, it's high. But we can use that to help offset some of that cost of this company taking care of this?
They would take a cut.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so we'll explore that next time. Thank you, George. Okay, moving on to S, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Start with Ben, Hicks.
Those that don't know, the county has got their bulk pickup. If you want to go to, if you've got stuff that you need to get rid of, they've got their bulk pickup is going to be next Saturday, I think the 6th, June 6th, whenever the first Saturday of June.
Okay.
And it's going to be from 7:30 to 11:30, and it's going to be, you'll drive through the yard where the sheriff's department is, and the
You gotta drive
it's
Seguin
off
for this?
I-10. Yes, off of I-10.
Okay.
June 8th.
All right.
Yes. So it's June 8th, and you can take up to 4 tires as long as they're smaller than 19-inch rims or 19-inch tires for free. So you can get rid of tires if you got any that you need to dispose of. What else? Oh, I went to the budget seminar. A lot of good information that is coming down, that they're finally seeing seeing the budget workshop at Bastrop that's coming through from the last legislation. So that's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Anything, Dick? Norma?
No, I had an opportunity to visit with the seniors at the senior center, and also went to the budget workshop. Was very, very great budget workshop. Talked about capital improvement projects, just as well as how to fund those, the positive aspects of debt, how to use that well for our city, and it was very thorough for a time going into budget season.
Thank you. Katie?
The Memorial Day ceremony, the Parks Committee, and the Parks Department, everyone else who was involved in that did a really good job. I know they can't control the weather, but if they could get on that for next year, so it's not quite so hot, that would be ideal. They did a really good job. Yeah. I went to the May Day ribbon cutting. He used to be a District 4 resident before he abandoned us and moved to Seguin, but May Day celebrated 10 years, so that was a big accomplishment. And I did some other little stuff, but those are kind of the big ones.
Anything, Mahoney? Randy? Nothing? TG? Okay. All right, moving on to item number T, discussion on items the city council would like to see on future agendas. I know we've called out a few things as far as the executive session on Airbnbs. Katie, go ahead. Or go ahead, Joel.
Bring back, I'd like to see an item about this system, because we've got some serious issues. The one-man show is what I found out. The voting system, we've got to have, there's too many issues going on here. So
Understood.
Okay.
figure out how to bring that back, but
So
we need to discuss.
Bring the man back who owns the company.
him and figure out how we came about this.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Katie?
Recycling at city buildings. We have recycling through Republic. Every council meeting, I'm throwing away a ream of paper in a trash can. We also have the can collection for the animal shelter, and yet have no can collecting apparatuses.
Yeah, it's a good
One
idea.
in the back?
To get one here. In the
Okay.
lobby, it would be a good idea.
Yeah,
for the
but
public to
we don't
bring.
have any for the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we could get even just small recycling bins, I think that would be good. I know that's silly, but
Or even like outside the front door in the foyer, where that way they could bring them 24/7.
Yeah.
We'll place additional recycling
Okay.
bins around City Hall.
Awesome.
Okay.
C-Click Fix. I have gotten more requests about code enforcement type things. I refer them to C-Click Fix, and they say that they've already reported it to C-Click Fix several times. So I would like to see if we can get, my experience has always been fairly quick. Things are responded to fairly quickly. So I would like to see if there's a report or something we can pull from there to see how quickly things are addressed. I know there's an initial note that goes out when you report something. There's a comment, hey, this has been routed to so-and-so. And I know there was an issue where it was all going to Tracy, I think. It was going to one person and they were having to sort it out. Is that still true? No. Oh, okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure I don't know what that's like, but if we could get a breakdown of how long those are taking to respond to, and even just like this was an issue and it was dealt with, or this was not an issue and we cleared it. Because there are some things that have taken a long time, like there were what are those things called? Manholes that were sticking up in my neighborhood on the street, and they had been reported multiple times over a year before getting addressed. And I know that they have to get to a certain point, and I wasn't too concerned about it, which is why I didn't push it. But there are some things that do take a while to respond to, and then there were parked vehicles that within 24 hours they had been chalked. So I just kind of want to see what's going on there so that I can tell people how to best report what needs to be reported. I don't want to tell them, hey, you have a light shining in your bedroom window, report it on C-Click Fix, and then they'll follow up 4 months later. If it's something that's a little bit more urgent because it's really bothering them, I want to know how to best do that.
So we need. So we need C-Click Fix, not C-Click Forget.
No. Har. That was really bad. No, but C-Click Fix, just kind of an update on how that's working for us. Is it still working? Is it still effective? If something gets reported, is it actually being taken care of? Do we have enough staff for it? I know that I got some complaints about our code enforcement that they're enforcing the code. I was like, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Y'all just got away with it for so long. I was like, yay, you have a big pile of trash in front of your house. That is what it is. So they're doing a great job based on the complaints I'm getting about them doing their job. So thank you, code. But for the C-Click Fix, that was my second item.
If we brought that back 2 meetings from now, the last
That's
meeting
fine.
in June,
It's
would
not
that be
urgent.
okay? 'Cause
Yeah.
we can generate that report. I'd just like staff to be able to dissect it and make it easily described in a staff report to council, and then we'll just present,
That's
answer your
great. That
questions.
also kind of shows us how the work breaks down. Like if you're spending X amount of hours doing C-Click Fix work on top of your regular job, then that may help us make determinations with budget and staffing and things like that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We had discussed it's not our light, but the Cibolo Valley Drive, I-35 is getting worse by the day. I don't know if they've done something now because QT is going in or what, but I can't go at 5:30 in the morning from Rips Chrysler before it's already turned red again. And then you get the whole entire cycle, you know, that long cycle where you wait for the people that aren't even on the ramp.
And is it at Old Wiederstein and CVD?
No, it's not our light. But you'd said you'd reach out to Will Lockett, that text out thing.
I
That's
did
35.
reach out to Will Lockett.
It's all jacked up at 35.
Okay. I will reach out to him again.
If
We've also had a request for FM 78 in South Main Street, trying to get rid of the green arrow left as you're going south.
I'm glad that he brought that up because I was gonna bring that up to you just now also.
I mean, we were nice to Will the other day, right?
Yes, we were.
Speaking of Will Lockett, I will make sure I resend my request to him, but I've made both requests. And
On that also, because 1103, I've had a resident tell me that she's in the second lane. You know, we've got 4 lanes going across Main Street. H-E-B's here, Walmart's over here. You got 4 lanes going across. People get in this turn lane, and she's had it happen 3 or 4 times now, where they realize instead of just making the turn, going to Dutch Boys and going around, they're cutting her off and almost hitting her on 1103 to go towards Walmart. So if they can like paint the lines.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Paint the lines showing, hey, you can only turn left.
Joel,
and go-
is that the one at the gas station across from, like, the H-E-B light?
No,
That one
this
also-
is
I think
Main Street.
you're talking
Okay.
northbound on Main Street.
Going northbound on Main Street before 1103, people are cutting people off. We need it painted.
Yeah.
You can only go back to 78.
To add to that one, if we're painting, sorry, if we're painting the road, I talked with Mr. Huggins about this one, the light in front of H-E-B. There's a lane, the far right lane, it has a solid line, and it looks, and it's a turn only, but people are going through that intersection to turn onto Cibolo Valley Drive instead. So,
We really need to talk about that, because it's gonna cause accidents. People get in that very right lane, like by the auto parts store.
Yes.
And the gas station, yeah. That's a right turn only. There needs to be some sort of concrete barrier there.
or at least an arrow or a sign.
No.
There's not even that.
No, this is.
Yeah,
this is
so ask for an agenda item and
Fix
then.
that road.
Agenda item
that's
to
it.
paint,
Yeah.
paint the
No,
roadways.
concrete it,
Thank you, George.
concrete it.
Okay.
Make them turn.
All right, are we good with the agenda items?
Yeah.
All right, moving on to you, discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. You gonna tell us to see the calendar, Peggy?
Yes.
Okay,
First-
calendar's up to date.
Yes, and the workshop. First, I want to remind everyone, we have Flag Day on June 14th at 9 a.m. So like usual for Flag Day, they usually give some of you speaking parts of it. And if you're going to attend, would you let me know if you do want to speak? And I'll send you an email so you can shoot me something back that says you're going to be there and if you want to speak. So, because they just need to know so they can put the agenda together. And then on the workshop, I have 2 dates that I'd like to pass by you so that we can get this done very quickly because we're. Yes. So the first one would be Thursday, the 6th of June, and the second one would be Monday, the 10th of June.
10th of June.
Monday?
Will the
Okay.
10th of June work for everybody? I'll send a calendar invite tomorrow for
What time,
everybody.
Peggy?
Pardon?
What time on the 10th? 6? The SRO workshop?
That's up to you. 6
Let's-
o'clock, 6:30?
Let's do 6. Is 6 okay for everybody?
Can everybody make it by 6?
I can.
Can you or no?
So 6,
We'll put 6 o'clock.
6,
then.
Peggy.
All righty, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on to 11, staff update. I'll just turn this over to Mr. Reed.
Mayor and council, I've already sent this to you, so let me be brief. You can read it in full. I just want to thank the council members who were able to make the joint Veterans Memorial Day event. I'm really proud of our public works staff for making the Veterans Park look really attractive, having this coordination with the local VFW post. It went really well. And again, thank you, council members, for attending. That will rotate to Selma next year. We will not do that for the next 3 years. So just as a reminder. And then the fishing event, let me give you an update that Chief Troncoso gave me. And Chief, if you want to add anything, Chief Troncoso is working with Public Works, but he's really pulling together a very special event that is not open to the public. I'm just trying to give you updates so that you're well aware of what's happening. As a council member, you're free to stop by if you want to be observing this. So last week, Chief Troncoso told me that we have secured the following donors for this event: BB Inspection for the fish, Roadrunner Towing for the fishing rods and reels, tackle boxes and T-shirts, the Cibolo HEB and Far West Specialty Vehicles. I'm not sure of that organization, but they will provide food and snacks. As of last week, we had 18 kids committed for this event. Chief, was there anything else you would add? No. Okay, and again, this is by invitation only. All of that is in the report that I already sent to you this evening. And the rest of the projects, you can read. There are CIP projects. If you have any questions, just reach out to me.
Far West is the one that outfits our vehicles, new fire trucks,
Okay.
police cars.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
And just a reminder for the general public, Cibolo Summer Nights event will take place on Friday, June 7th. So not this coming Friday, but the following Friday. It'll be here at the MEC Multi-Event Center, and the theme will be fishing.
Fishing, fishing, fishing.
This is the public fishing. All right. Anything from the fire department, or we'll go there? No need? Okay. All right. Item number 14, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
We got it all done, Mayor.